Welcome to day 2 of the Namibia University in Science and Technology Tvet conference under the theme Advancing Tvet Innovations, Partnerships, as well as Skills Development. My name is Vedamboa Ronel Kudashike, and I will be your Director of Ceremonies for this morning session. So before we dive into the program, we just have a few changes that we made. So we'll start a little bit with some sort of introduction by another company instead of the one that is on the program right now, but we'll get back to it. Okay. So now before we dive into the program or start with the first presenter, I want us to look at or reflect on yesterday's sessions that mainly looked at skills development for a sustainable economy. I believe it's safe to say that as the world transforms rapidly, we can say that Tvet stands at crossroads of change where we need to prepare our youth for not only the jobs market or just having a job. However, we should look at it as resilient and green, as well as inclusive future that will develop their skills. So over the few hours, we are going to explore bold ideas. We're going to dive into discussions, but mainly today we'll focus on strategic partners for sustainable growth in the Tvet sector. So without further ado, I want us to welcome our first speaker, Mr. Ricardo Mensah from Buku, Namibia. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give him a round of applause as he makes his way to the stage?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As I saw the presenters yesterday, shall we try again? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are we this morning? Excellent. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to briefly introduce Buku. As I said, my name is Ricardo Mensah. So I work with a company called Buku Streaming Service. Buku was basically founded in 2016, so about 9 years ago, by a gentleman from the Netherlands. Now, the reason he founded it is he was studying in the US and he actually realized with some of his classmates who were from Rwanda and other countries that he's already struggling with the cost of access to textbooks. So they said to him, don't even complain because you're coming from a developed country, so what about us? So what Buku then did is we basically followed the model that, you know, the disruptors like Airbnbs and these sort of guys followed. So if you think of Buku like Netflix and those sort of platforms, we work with educational textbooks. Now, since we are here at the Tvet conference, I just want to share some of the wins that we've had in the past year. And that basically, let me just get familiar with my pointer here. Tech issues. Some assistance, please. Okay. Maybe you can just assist me to go to the next slide, please. So as you can see there, originally from the Netherlands, we've already won several awards for what we do. And then Buku works in two ways. We've got the Buku platform where people can access with subscriptions for 1 year at a time all the content that we have, unlimited, no limitations. That means we've got 250 plus publishers and more than 130,000 textbooks. And these would be literally the books that you buy in the bookshop. So when it comes to the Namibian curriculum, we've got that prescribed list. When it comes to Cambridge, we've got all that content. We've got Pearson, Cengage, etc. We've got a lot of the Tvet publishers from South Africa. But what I'd like to share, please, next slide, is what we did in Rwanda. You heard yesterday about Rwanda and what they did in the Tvet sector, and we were actually a part of that. So very briefly, how it worked was, next slide, please. So how it worked is, we went into Rwanda, and then with an international development partner, which many of you will know, GIZ in the country there. We then pitched in 50% and they pitched in 50%. What then happened is the Rwandese Tvet, shall we say, ministry and custodians set up a team which was trained up in order to write the Tvet content according to the curriculum for Rwanda. That means at the end of the day, with 120, you can move on please to the next one. That is just showing our 2,500 institutions and so on that we work with. Please go forward to the next one. I just want to get the one for Rwanda. So we basically also did the create approach besides our platform. One more forward, please. Thank you so much. Now I'll quickly explain what you're looking at here. So let's say on day one, we start with the Tvet division for the whole country in Rwanda. They sign up to Buku. All their students have access to the latest and greatest Tvet content. At the same time, concurrently, over 4 months, they started creating the 120 textbooks that were written for the Tvet sector in Rwanda. That means then everyone is using the same textbooks across all the Tvet institutions in the country, and it's all standardized, and they own the IP and they own everything. So that belongs to them. Then their students start using the content on Buku, and they earn revenue from that. So what you're looking at is, with Buku's model, let me make the example of, at tertiary level, the highest cost we would charge in Namibia is 1,000 Namibian dollars before VAT. And then from that $1,000, we take 220% for our operations. 80%, $800 is set aside for the publishers. If the student that paid that $1,000 uses all the Rwanda content, that means $800, 100% of that revenue goes back to the Rwanda Tvet institutions. And thus the government gets that money back, and then they're basically closing the loop of what it costs them to provide and develop all of this. And that is basically what we aim to try and do in Namibia. So we are talking to the stakeholders at the ministry, but presently also we are engaging VTCs. We've got a special for Namibian VTCs, which is 345 Namibian dollars per student for 1 year. That is the full access, no limitations, 24/7, and there's offline capability as well. I would really appreciate if you can find me in the room or in the stalls in the Lapa inside. And please share with me your emails. I've got business cards, everything, because I'd like to give you access to our platform so you can test it for yourself and see for yourself what it is we do. We've got many great features. It helps improve the literacy rates. It helps improve the marks of students. And staff in institutions get free access. So if you need to do professional development and so on, you have all the content you need. Since education will be free in the future now, you will also have then free access to your textbooks that you need. And with that said, thank you so much for your time, and thank you for the opportunity, Dr. Kloppers. And all the best to everyone during the next 2 days. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ricardo. That was brief and very insightful. Just like he said, I hope you do get a chance to visit all the stalls in the building, in the rooms next door. There are also other exhibitors such as VTC Korijas. I saw Hobaba's vocational training. I saw Kakarara VTC, as well as our Ministry of Education. So please make your way to the rooms as well to visit and get more information on the different technical and vocational centers that we have in Namibia. Up next, we have two very important, not that the rest are not important, we're all important, who will be presenting. Like I said, we made a little adjustment with the program. So instead of having Prof. Michael, we will have Prof. Volker Wiedekant and Dr. Anna Rusan from the University of Nottingham in England. They will be presenting online, where they focus mainly on private-public partnerships in aligning Tvet curricula with industry needs. Just give us a little moment as we prepare the online presentation by Dr. Volker and Dr. Joanne Rusan.
marking what slides
Good morning, colleagues.
Dr. Joanne, can you confirm whether you can hear us from the room? We can hear you. Okay, now we don't have sound. We can hear you, but I think the sound is a little low. Maybe you can increase the sound from your side.
presenting together with my colleague Joanne and us. Our presentation is we were asked to talk about public-private partnerships in aligning Tvet curricula with industry needs, and we're going to draw on a number of research projects that we've been involved with over the last few years to discuss this topic this morning, and particularly focusing in on the question of sustainability in and through Tvet and the challenges that this
perspective of the education, in which we focused our remit within that whole research program. And actually, those dimensions point to different aspects of partnerships in Tvet. So some of them would be dimensions that you would expect. So, for example, in terms of pedagogic practice and this is that particular connection that a Tvet lecturer has with the workplace in order to connect curriculum and pedagogy. So there's something important here about empowering Tvet lecturers to mediate between knowledge and practice in the classroom and knowledge and practice in the workplace. And that's a particular type of partnership. And slightly broader than that is this idea of this dimension of relations to external stakeholders. So that might involve, for example, developing and maintaining connections to a variety of external stakeholders, not just industry. So in one level, that will be partnerships between employers, in terms of the transition between Tvet and work, not just work integrated learning during a course, but the transition beyond the course, opportunities for the Tvet lecturer for work integrated learning. And these things are relevant, obviously, for students and the Tvet lecturer, but also partnerships between different education providers in terms of sharing resources and creators of
Slides haven't moved on, sorry.
Oh, have they not at all?
It's still on dimension 2.
Yes. Oh, thank you. That was me. I hadn't moved the slide. Thank you. Thanks, Volker. So this one here, relations to external stakeholders, creating communities of practice. So, for example, Tvet lecturers in a particular industry or sector, in industry area or sector, might create communities of practice. And that's another way of thinking about partnerships. The next dimension is important for thinking about partnerships is the future orientation. So there's something really important here about this particular dimension that sits alongside those traditional dimensions of pedagogy, workplace connections, this idea of the future orientation and partnerships that are about thinking. So there's something here about being able to anticipate and be relevant to future needs. And this calls for the need for an ecosystematic approach to future sustainability in and through Tvet in this area of industry and curricular alignment. And all of this has implications for policy and practice and the broader Tvet system. It points to the need to multiple partnerships at different levels that constitute the Tvet system, and ideas of how sort of partnerships might be reviewed, reframed, and in that broader ecosystem level of thinking. So the second piece of work that I'm just going to very briefly reflect on is a project that we're currently involved in. This is a project for UNESCO Univoc. And here we're talking about the Tvet College lens. So this is a piece of work that we're doing that really focuses on this idea of partnerships for innovation in Tvet, but through the lens of the Tvet College. And it's a project entitled Mapping the Tvet Industry Ecosystem, a methodology for identifying innovative partnerships between Tvet institutions and workplaces. And this is funded by UNESCO Univoc, their Network Co-Action Initiative. And so UNESCO Univoc has been a leading voice for a long time on the need to foster partnerships between Tvet institutions and industry workplaces. And as we introduced at the beginning, there is this challenge, however, of the Tvet industry gap. So we were supported by UNESCO Univoc, along with partners in South Africa, Australia, Chile, and Jamaica, to draft a first iteration of a tool that's intended to support Tvet institutions to map their actual connections to industry, but also potential future connections to industry and work. So I have a couple of slides that I'm going to show you of the infographic of this tool. It is a work in progress, so you won't be able to see it too clearly. But essentially, what we've come up with this Tvet industry mapping tool essentially is a 3-year process that ideally probably a Tvet college might do with a local partner, whether that's another Tvet college or a Univoc centre like ourselves or a local research institution, for example. But steps 1 and steps 2 are essentially internal processes of identifying what mechanisms they already have in place, where they are already mapping industry connections. Step 2 is thinking about what they do with that information. Do they need to create new data, or do they already have existing data that helps them in this mapping of current and future potential industry connections? Step 3 then is then about building relationships, but through forums. So these are active forum spaces where with key players that have been identified, and it's really about understanding who those partners are and who's actually really invested in this idea of sustainable innovation in Tvet. Not just this, and this is deeper and broader than, say, just hosting a student, for example. So running a forum to build understanding of availability and commitment to shaping innovation in skills development and Tvet industry partnerships in ways that are aligned to the sustainable development goals, but also principles of environmental and social governance and the types of targets that business might be interested in. And then step 4, reimagining new relationships and mechanisms to bridge the Tvet industry gap. So we're coming to the close of our presentation now, and some thoughts that we would leave you with is that from our conceptualization of partnerships, what we mean by partnerships in that broader sense, and reflecting on this challenge of the Tvet industry gap, this gap between Tvet and industry that actually often exists in practice, and through the lens of the Tvet lecturer and the Tvet college, we think that our work illustrates a need to shift the discourse to that broader relational perspective of partnerships for the alignment of Tvet curricula with industry needs. It shows that the complex nature of partnerships in Tvet, and that they're the types of things that can be mapped out through examples, our work does not necessarily bring solutions, but it shifts the focus from the problem is Tvet colleges or the problem is Tvet lecturers to a broader understanding of the complexity of partnerships and challenges in Tvet. It points to the need that practices might need to change, whether that's in policy, industry, but also among Tvet lecturers and Tvet colleges. It also points to the need of curriculum. Curriculum is always in transition. Curriculum does not end in the classroom, but it is about that transition space between the Tvet college and industry, both now and in the future. And if the college is to prepare its students for industries that don't actually exist, then yet, because of the transition perhaps to the green economy, for example, then one needs to think creatively about what partnerships and policies mean, and to ensure that Tvet colleges are not training students for a vacuum, essentially. So one practical way to think about this might be for funders to think about funding pilots in Tvet curriculum innovation and almost creating that protective space where a college can pilot innovation in a way that means that they're not going to lose the credential of a course that's already successful, for example. It increases their capacity to innovate in established courses, creates that space for innovation at a point in time and place where businesses are not actually demanding innovative practice, perhaps because they're waiting for the market to change. So there's different ways of thinking about funding innovation in even small, so whether that's small pots of money or larger pots of money. So we will conclude there with our thoughts. We've got some references here with links and we have made the slides available. So feel free to use any of those, go on any of those resources, and our emails and contact details are at the end. And if you'd like to discuss any of this further with us, it'd be lovely to hear from you. Thank you very much.
I hope Prof. Volker and Dr. Joanne, you heard the room clapping for you. My apologies for that. I was saying I hope Prof. Volker and Dr. Joanne, you heard the room clapping for you. I don't think they can hear me. Okay. Thank you so much for the informative presentation. I think we can all also agree that with their presentation, it's a true testament that Tvet, or a sustainable future for Tvet, cannot be built in isolation and rather with shared partnerships, collaboration, as well as innovation with a purpose. Thank you so much once again for the presentation. We will now move on to our next presenter, who is our keynote address speaker. Let me just read a short biography of our next presenter, our keynote speaker, Prof. Michael Gisler. Yes, Prof. Michael Gisler is a full professor and chair of technical and vocational education and training at the University of Bremen in Germany, where he also serves as a chairperson of the Institute of Technology and Education, a central research institute of the university. He studied business administration and vocational education in Germany, obtaining his PhD from Aachen University in 2003. His extensive international experience as a visiting professor in Bolivia, Colombia, Costa Rica, Mexico, China, South Africa, and Australia. His leadership roles include serving as a convener of the European Research Network and later the International Research Network, as well as editor-in-chief of the International Journal for Research in Vocational Education and Training. Prof. Gisler has contributed significantly to international vocational education training policy and practice, acting as a scientific monitor for major German federal programs on internalization and vocational education and training. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Prof. Michael Gisler to the podium as he takes the stage. Thank you. I'm not sure whether you're going to use this one or the mic. Should I go get it for you? I think it's best to use this one. This one is giving me problems. Is this working? Yeah. Do you want me to get your computer for you?
Yeah, it's on the back beside Jan. You can.
This side?
Yeah, here on the back. So good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure and honor to be here and to share with you the experiences on Tvet. You heard along about my bio. For me, the most important is that I started as an apprentice in Tvet. So the first degree was an apprenticeship degree. I will later talk about that. But go immediately into the topic. I don't know, Joe and Volker, you're still there? If yes, greetings from Namibia. And this is our institute. We are a cross-faculty institute. That means we have people from engineering faculty in our institute and also people from the education side in our institute. We are cross-faculty, we are interdisciplinary, and that is why we call ourselves Institute of Technology and Education. We are situated in Bremen and we have about 50 employees. So, the topic. When we think about Tvet, we think about a bridge and that this Tvet is bridging the people directly into the workplace. And as we know, there are a lot of partners, a lot of stakeholders involved. So we can group these stakeholders in 3 categories. On the system level, we have the national regulatory government partners, we have the organization of employers, we have international partners, then we have on the implementation side industry, other vocational training centers, university, and then we have also a lot of partners on the support level. You can imagine I cannot talk about all of them, otherwise it would be a full day lecturer. So I just have chosen 3 of them, industry, university, and also general education, because we often don't talk about the system which are delivering the people to the Tvet system. So starting with partnership and industry, there was a study just published 2-3 weeks ago, and the findings of these studies fitted so perfectly to this presentation that I used it and that I show you what they did. These are colleagues, Stephanie Allais. They will also later be here with a presentation this afternoon. So, and what they found out, they looked into Bangladesh, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, Ethiopia, and South Africa. So they didn't look into Namibia, but they looked in a lot of low and middle income countries. And the question was, why does employer engagement often fail to improve Tvet relevance despite widespread policy emphasis? So this is a topic we are talking about since years, since decades. So why we still fail with this topic? And that is the question they tried to answer with focusing on many different levels. So I guess the whole day, also what Volker said before, is to bring a bit outside perspective into the conference. So these are perspectives from other low and middle income countries. So they said what they found, they made a survey with companies. They also talked with the companies, did a lot of interviews. And what they found is that the Tvet qualification are generally not used in recruitment. But As lower the qualification is, as less it is used. As more value the qualification is, as more it is used in recruitment. So what we learn out of that if we do first level trainings, they are maybe necessary to build on them, but for the industry, they don't use it for their recruitment. That was one finding. A second finding, which was even worse, is for upskilling, Tvet qualifications are even less in use. Another, that they rate high, value high, the work experience, more than the certificates. So if we know that, which is not a big surprise, we should really focus on how to get work experience also in the schools. Sure, you get work experience in the companies, but how to get it in schools. And the term and the learning form we have for this is project-based learning. We can implement experience also into the schools. So work experience is important. Another interesting finding was that there was a different observation about the relevance, that the company says the qualifications are not relevant, but that the government institution said the qualifications are relevant. So curricula are often standardized, but they are disconnected from workplace realities. Another finding was that everybody, all stakeholders they were asking, said that Tvet systems are social inclusive, but for employment, they are not relevant. So they value on the one side the social inclusiveness, but on the other side, they criticize the relevance. The cooperation gas. A lot of efforts have been done for bridging the gap. Also, we heard yesterday about MOUs. So there is a lot what have been done to bridge the gap between. But coordination is not meaning cooperation, and an MOU is not meaning that there's real work behind. We also heard this yesterday. The good point is they found good examples in certain sectors. So it's not a problem in all Tvet system, it's a certain problem in certain sectors. So the good sectors were automobile, metal, and partly also the food and beverage. There we have again this different observation that government and Tvet institutions, they describe the partnerships between companies and Tvet institutions as good, but the companies, they describe it in a different way. Also industry association, I worked once for an industry association. Industry associations have a more positive perspective on the cooperation than the companies they represent itself has. When cooperation fails, everybody starts blaming each other, and then for sure it becomes difficult to find a solution. And they also find good models working, models which are embedded in industrial parks, models where the training is embedded into the company. So there are already, and there are also good examples for this cooperation. And then the last one, the last big point they had was there's a difference between the belief. When they were asked the companies, what do you think about Tvet people? They say, wow, they are faster worker than others, they are more accurate, they need less supervision, so very positive in general, but in practice, they don't take it for recruitment, they don't take it for upskilling. So there's a paradox, there's a contradiction between what they believe and what they do. Another contradiction I already mentioned is this contradiction that they say on the one side, it's generally important for social inclusion, but on the other side, it's not relevant for employment. So on this background, reforms are often driven by aspiration and assumptions and not by evidence. We also heard yesterday that there's a lack of evidence, a lack of data, a lack of understanding what are the real figures. So is this what I was reporting only a problem of low and middle income countries? And we had the colleagues from the UK talking about this topic as well. No, it's not. It's not only a problem of low and middle income countries. If you look here, there are the European countries, and the lower figure where it starts, it's for small companies, 10 to 49%. The middle sign is for bigger companies, 50 to 249, and the up is for big companies with 250% and more. So, and you can see that from the left to the right. On the left side, we have Germany on top with between 60 and more than 90% of companies involved, depending on how big the company is. As bigger the company, as more involved. But on the other side, you also see Lithuania, which has almost 0%, no companies involved. And if we go through the different models they use, we see the first 4 models in Europe are all dual-based. Not only Germany has a dual-based model, also Netherlands has it, Australia, Denmark has it. And also Norway has a dual model. Just as you can see, Norway is a bit away from the bigger group because they have a mistake in their dual model. But even better than the others. So here we see all the countries from Eastern Europe. So you cannot say Eastern Europe is a relevant factor if the companies are more involved or not. We have on the Slovakian Republic and we have Lithuania. There's a big widespread. These are the Nordic countries. So the Nordic countries, we often say they are very good in general education. On the PISA assessment, they are perfect. But as you can see, there's also a widespread between, on the one side, Denmark, and on the other side, Finland. So Finland in general education, very good, but here in company involvement, they are not as good. So the message of this is not only a problem of low and middle income countries, this is a general problem. Coming to another point, if we look about Tvet was invented in the United States. It got another idea from Canada, the DACO model, and then it was exported to UK, to United Kingdom, and there it was implemented in the Tvet system. And then from there, it spread to Australia, to Malaysia, to Philippines, to Mexico with the support of the World Bank, and to South Africa, Namibia, Chile. So the starting point of everything was UK. So let's see how the situation in UK is very, very briefly. This is an analysis of 50 years policy in UK. And the first point is employer engagement is since 50 years a problem because they have no legal and no institutional structure to do that. The companies can do if they want or not. So there is no real structure how to involve the companies. The second is that the teachers are lacking deep vocational and industry experience. So what they tell often about trainers in low and middle income countries, that's also a topic for UK. Another point what they said is because competency-based is often stick to end-of-course assessments. That leads to train to the test, and not train to be relevant for the companies, be relevant for the test. And that is another problem which they have in UK. So if we think about that, we have to rethink how we do our examinations, because how we do the examinations, our teaching and learning will be. And if we really test very, very strict and very unflexible, and if we are not testing on creativity, on problem solving, then we get what we test. Another point is a lot of projects they have set up needed collaboration with local partners, but they have not set up in the same time resources for this. As you all know, also in your schools, you need, in your training centers, you need a person who cares for this cooperation. You need resources. If you don't have these resources, where should the cooperation come from? And yeah. And the last point was financial incentives. So they set up programs, give money to it, stop the program after 5, 6, 7 years, new program, stop, new program, stop, new program, stop. You find the same model in Australia. If you look at the figures of the Tvet people finishing, it goes up and down, like a heartbeat. And I was asking why it's like that, and they say it's depending on the financial incentives. If the incentives stop, the figures go down, and then the next programs start. So, coming to the second point, academia, partnership with academia. I'm good in time. These are figures now from South Africa I got last year from the Department of Higher Education, and that is also to show that the problems we are talking about are not unique for Namibia, they are general also in other countries. So they ask their lecturers, and they research the lecturers for engineering, which profile they have. 4% of them are academically and professionally qualified to teach Tvet. So only 4% of the lecturers have the profile they need. Then there's another group. They are not qualified for Tvet, but they are at least qualified to be a school teacher. That's 19%. Then 14%, additional 40%, they are not professionally unqualified. They are not professionally unqualified, but at least they have some kind of academic professionalization. And the biggest group, 63%, they have no qualification at all. Can you imagine, even if we talk about project-based learning, bringing experience into the schools, into the colleges, they call them in South Africa, that this is a challenge if you have people who have no experience in their background. How can they do project-based learning? And then, colleagues, we don't have to talk about the curricula. Then the curricula can be as it is if we have a situation like that. So, the second point, cooperation with university, I want just highlight another point, which is I talk too much, now the battery is empty. Yeah, the second point I want to address is an idea which is really hyping, and there have been this summer opening conference for that, which we call degree apprenticeship. You do an apprenticeship in a company, but you finish with an academic degree, and that is what I did in the 80s. I had an apprenticeship contract with a company, and when I finished, I had a bachelor degree. So we have these traditional apprenticeships. In Europe, we have 8 level, not 10 level like you have, and they are on level 3 and 4. Then we have on level 5 apprenticeships, and now we are talking about apprenticeships on the higher level, on bachelor, master, and even on PhD. We have in our institute PhD apprenticeships. They are teachers in Tvet schools. We call them schools, you call them centers, and they are part-time in our institute working. So if we look into which countries are already engaged in Europe, a lot. This is just, I had not more place on this slide. You can see all of these countries, Netherlands, Scotland, UK, France, Spain, all of them have introduced these degree apprenticeships. If you go worldwide, we find the same. Brazil, Mexico, US, Australia, they are just starting now in Australia, even China, Japan. So that is really a topic which is going around the earth. And if we look about figures, in a very short time it was growing. we had a growth rate in France of 400%. Can you imagine that an apprenticeship system is growing 400% on a high figure already? Yeah. In Germany, we had a very slow grow, but permanently. We started in the 80s, and a slow permanent grow. In UK, they just started 2018, and they have almost the same figures as we have produced in 40 years. And this is the figure for France. The growing of the apprenticeship system, because the degree apprentices are so asked. So in my last message, and then we have still a bit time for discussion, that was my purpose, general education. There's only one message I want to send here. If you talk about general education, I'm not talking now about pre-vocational education, because then the people say pre-vocation, sure, pre-vocational is important, but I'm talking about general education. And just one data from the PISA assessment about reading, mathematics, computer use, problem solving, and they have a rating. A lot of rich European countries has a rating of reading skills on level 1. Hungary, Romania, Serbia, Bulgaria. Germany, we are just on level 2 on reading skills, pupils with 15 years old. And level 2 means that they are able to understand the meaning in a limited part of the text. So they are almost over the level to be able to be trained in the Tvet system on level 2. On level 1, they are not able to be trained. So if this is the output of the general education, we have to deal with that in Tvet. And that is the data of rich countries. Yeah? So that is a problem what we have all over the world. And that is often something what we forget, that the students who are coming to us in mathematics, in reading, in attitude, problem solving, in creativity, in all of these points, that this general education they have their own challenges, and these challenges continue in the Tvet system. So my finish is, if we look on different models, dualized models, we can have two different kinds of models. On the one side, government-driven, and then the learner has a student status. On the other side, industry-driven, and then the learner is an employee. So you have two total different roles and contracts. If you have an industry-driven model, you have an employer contract. I had an employer contract with my company when I was an apprentice. So which of these models are the right model? Is the dual model the right model? Is the school-based model with the internship the right model? Is also the on-the-job training the right model? This question is wrong, I asked, because it's sure one model is not fitting a whole country. We heard yesterday that there are not so many apprenticeship places, even if we want to make a dual model. Yeah? So and there are companies who are doing in-house training, and there are companies who are saying we need the skills now and not in 2 or 3 years. So a national model will be a mix of many different models, and that is what makes our system in Germany strong, not the dual model. We have also a school-based model in Germany. We have also a transition model for the people from general education who are not able to entering the apprenticeship system. But this is mostly not known. The strength of our system is not only the dual, it is that we have a lot of different models. Also the in-house training without school is a very big part of the... So that was my last message, and thank you for your attention.
My testing. Oh, thank you so much, Prof, for Gisela. I could see from where I was sitting now, this probably sparked a few ideas, a few thoughts. So before we move on to our next item on the agenda, we have a session open for questions. So what we're going to do is we'll take 2 questions for Prof. Volker and Dr. Joanne, and then we'll take 2 questions for Prof. Gisela. Can I have a mic on the floor? Do I see any hands for any questions? I see one hand on this side. I see one hand more, one hand here as well. So remember, ladies and gentlemen, we're only going to take 2 questions for the first 2 presenters and 2 questions for Prof. Gisela.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting presentation from Prof. Michael Gessel. I just want to find out what is your view on pre-vocational component? Because I asked a question yesterday about vocationalization of general education, but I didn't get a satisfactory question. If students in general education are underperforming according to your slide at that level, what is the purpose of pre-vocational instead of the education system, the general education system, to focus on what they know best to improve that part and leave the pro-vocational and other skills development to the Tibet sector. On the other hand, Australia has a very interesting component. It's a rich country, it can afford. You have trainees pursuing pre-vocational in schools. By the time they come out, they have level 2 national qualification in the specific occupations. On the other side, in South Africa, there's a strong drive on programming, to integrate programming. We are moving into, the world is advancing as far as artificial intelligence is concerned. What is your view?
I give a very, very short but very focused answer, yeah? There was a colleague from Australia, John Hattie, and he researched for years what is the most impact factor in schools. And surprisingly, it's the teacher or the trainer, yeah? So in general education, that is the biggest problem. The teachers or the trainers, the teachers in general education, they are not aware about vocational education. So they need in their own training program, they need embedded vocational orientation so that they can share it with their pupils. And if I look in our different states, the good thing in Germany is that we have 16 states and every state is doing it different. So you can make fantastic comparative analysis. My state where I'm living, Bremen, they are not doing well in pre-vocational education because in teacher training, there's no topic about pre-vocational education. The teachers who are going in general education have no idea about what would be after the school, and therefore they cannot prepare the students, not for university, not for Tvet, for nothing. In the next state, in Hamburg, we have been also in Hamburg there, they do it pretty well. So they even 5 years before the end of general education, they start with reflecting, that the students reflect what are my strengths, what are my weaknesses, what are my interests. Then they go into different practice experiences. So they do it very well. So you can do it good, or you can just not do it as we do it in my state. And the colleagues who are doing the teacher training, they are just sitting one door beside me. And if I talk with them about vocational education, they say, that's your topic, that's not our topic. So and there the problem starts, that the teachers in general education, they need pre-vocational orientation, and then they can give it to the pupils. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that answer. I saw another hand on this side. Yes.
Good morning. My name is Angelika Sonn. I'm coming from industry, actually. I studied also in Germany, in Stuttgart, chemical engineering. I also know about the industry-driven dual system, which I think would be a very good idea for Namibia. In the moment, there is nearly nothing like that existing in Namibia. What we have is on-job training, we do mostly, and then also the school-based. So would it, to your opinion, would it be possible to change the Tvet system in Namibia to a more dual industry-driven system? Thank you.
Yeah. So maybe I should give the phone to Jerry. I guess, yes, it is possible, but just from experience from other countries, mistakes which are often done is to embed a system like this is a very slow process. Yeah? So you need first good examples. Companies starting with that, with having good examples and telling to others, this is a good idea, you should join. Yeah? So this system is very limited because of the capacities in the companies. Also what they have set up, the centers of specialization in South Africa, which is a very good example also for Namibia to learn, the support they are giving there, the permanent support. And one rule in these centers of specialization in South Africa is you can only be in this center if you have a contract with a company, yeah? And all these other features around. I guess it's possible, it's everywhere possible. If people say it's just possible in Germany, they are not informed. Have you know that Peru has a perfect dual system? It's run by the employer association, yeah? So it is not a question of Germany or not Germany, of Denmark, of Netherlands, of Europe, yeah? It's a question of patience. You need a lot of patience to implement this system. Even in UK, this degree apprenticeship was jumping up from 2018, but there's a strong enabler behind. If you go to the university in UK, you have to pay. At the end, you have to pay a lot of money back. Yeah? But if you do a degree apprenticeship, you don't have to pay the university. Yeah? Can you imagine what kind of enabler this is in an apprenticeship system, that the people are now saying, why should I go to a regular university and pay a lot of money if I can go instead to an apprenticeship degree? I get the same degree, but I have to pay nothing. Yeah? So not all universities are doing that. We did the conference at the University of Oxford, but they are not participating. So yes, I would say yes, it's possible, it needs time, and I know that there are already engagements in this way here also in Namibia, and let's see, yeah.
Thank you so much. I see another hand on this side. Just a reminder that we're taking, okay, so 2 more questions, then we move on to our next presenter. Can I have a mic on? Yes, that side.
My question is directed to Prof. Gessler. Thank you very much, Prof, for your riveting presentation. And I wish Namibia knew who you are in Tvet, because those who are in Tvet know that you are a real grandfather in Tvet. What has been said on your CV is very little compared to what you are. Namibia, let's give him a round of applause. And NAST is very fortunate to have you around. Now, Prof, you gave a PowerPoint presentation which is making my mustache twitch regarding the qualifications of Tvet teachers. I wish it was possible for you to show it, because I was very worried when I saw that I think about 64% of the Tvet teachers in South Africa do not have qualifications and experience, and yet this is the big brother that we are always looking at. Probably can you just give a comment, because now I get worried as to some of the things we are copying from South Africa. Probably this is the reason why some of the things are not working within the Namibian context. Prof, take it from there.
Thank you for this question, Alpheus. Yeah. First, it's not all lectures in South Africa. It was in engineering. Yeah, and they had a trade certificate, so there was a special group. If you go to other lectures like in administration, the figures will be surely better. Yeah, so that is something to to put it in a wider frame, that this critical situation is not everywhere, yeah, but especially in the technical field, yeah. Yeah. I have a point. I just don't know how to address it. I talked about the assessments. Yeah, I talked about the tests, the examinations, and that is really a point for me. Tell me how you test, and I tell you how you teach. That is absolutely strong correlation. Yeah. So if we do the tests, like you have to say this. If we are testing the people like machines, yeah, how can they be skilled workers? Yeah. So we have to be in the assessment a bit more flexible, and not only focusing about what the people present. We should also focus about what they did before. If you do a project-based examination, you have to examine the process and the test. Yeah. So, because you were asking for South Africa, I guess the people training our assessors in Namibia, here in Namibia, are coming from South Africa. Yeah. So maybe this system is a bit rigged because of that. That's just a question, a hypothesis. Yeah. I have not proved it. Yeah. Just the idea.
Thank you. I see another hand, and unfortunately, that's our last hand before we move on to our next presenter.
Good morning. I'm Professor Michael van Wyk from South Africa. Michael, this question is to you to follow up on your presentation. The new minister 3 years ago, Blayton Zamandi, have requested universities in South Africa to twine with Tvet colleges, because Tvet colleges falls now under education. So from the University of South Africa, we have agreement with 23 Tvet colleges. So we supervise now all those lecturers that don't have masters and PhDs. That's number one. Secondly, we train them in AI and AI literacy and prompt literacy, because that's a very important digital requirement as we move in. Then lastly, that most of those lecturers are reskilling in assessment, and I'm driving the project on authentic assessment. So I'm now changing that policies now of assessment, because we want to move away from your traditional examination to authentic assessment, and I'm driving the policies for authentic assessment in those Tvet colleges and in the university. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for this comment. Fantastic. Yeah.
Hi, I still have the microphone over here, so I'll just squeeze myself in. Martin Wilkinson, actually it's not a question for Prof. Gessler. I wouldn't embarrass myself by testing his knowledge when it's so greater than mine. But I just wanted to correct, and I don't know if it's correction, we can chat afterwards, but we do have an apprenticeship program in Namibia. We do have dual education. We do have thousands of, I think by now, more than 1,000 apprentices in the system. We have an incentivized program from the NTA levy that provides 30,000 a year for companies to take on an apprentice, 2,500 a month. And there's also a subsidy for their training, which is 26,500, I think. If I see Jerry's head nodding up and down, I know I'm still right. And Silke Erens over there from Gondwana is a champion of apprenticeships in the tourism industry. So we have started in 2018 an apprenticeship dual system, and that's why I look at my colleague, because I see, is it really a dual system? I'm not sure. I would call it a dual system because 70% of the exposure to learning should happen in the workplace and 30% in an institution for theory. That's always misunderstood on an annual basis, because over a 4-year period you can split that ratio up into how you want, 3 or 4 year period. I won't take too much time now, but I think probably the challenges that we have in having a proper dual system in Namibia is really one of administration. I think the will division at NTA is like 4 or 5 people. No disrespect to them, but they're not going to get to all of the applications. They're not going to do all of the workplace approvals. They're not going to manage just the sheer administration it takes just to administer 4 tranches of payments a year or per level, however it might be. But I know that there's other training providers. I'm looking for Johannes Petrus from Valambola, who was championing apprenticeships there. And I just wanted to correct the record. It doesn't look like it's correcting the record if you're shaking your head at me. But we do have apprenticeships, so we can still build from strength to strength. And I really thank you for the presentation, Prof. Dr. Gessler.
Thank you, Martin.
I think that was it. Thank you so much, Prof. Gessler, for your presence, for your presentation. And I'm sure by now, I myself think that I fully understand Tvet better as the engine probably that has to be in a car and set up all the sustainable things that you need. But then I feel Tvet now is we call it the MacGyver, the show, the main character in the show. Thank you so much for your presentation. Before we move on, I just want to confirm whether Dr. Volker and Prof. Volker and Dr. Joanne, are you still online? Because they're off. Okay. We will now proceed to the next presenter who will also be presenting online. Can I have Prof. Dr. Pramod Shresha. Yes, Shresha. I hope I pronounced that right. The next presentation will be on strategic partnerships driving sustainable growth, global perspectives from Nepal's Tvet journey and innovation. I think we're having a little bit of technical issues. Tech team, are we working on it? See, she's working on it. Okay. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, apologies for that. It seems like we're having a little bit of technical issues. In the meantime, we'll have Ms. Bernadette Klute, who will present on the Tvet Partnerships Framework, together with Prof. Michael Gessler. Yes. Please welcome Ms. Bernadette Klute and Prof. Michael Gessler on stage.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Those that don't know me, my name is Bernadette Luther. I'm a lecturer in the Tvet department and also a PhD candidate. In fact, I've submitted for examination purposes. So today I'm standing shoulders of I cannot stand in one place. I'm a bit nervous because the previous presenters did quite a great job. Can we give them a hand again? So I did a study. It was about almost 4 years, big study, and I've developed a blueprint. Thank you. I have developed a blueprint for Namibia's Tvet sector. I don't know whether you can recall, a few months ago, or last year, I think, the bridge to Rehoboth collapsed. Can we all remember that? Okay, so what did we do? We had to take another road to get to Rehoboth. So instead of taking 50 minutes or 40 minutes to Rehoboth, it took people now to, Dr. Jackie Bock will confirm, 2 hours.
1, 2.
So this blueprint is about a bridge that has been built for Namibia's Tvet sector. Yesterday's discussions has actually set the stage for today's presentation. So can we have the next slide, please? Oh, okay. I am AI and digital illiterate. So I just learned about this one. All right. So this framework is to strengthen Namibia's Tvet system through partnerships, triple Ps. In fact, I don't want to brag, my study is the first to find out that Namibia's Tvet system actually needs to be coordinated and managed by the different stakeholders and partners. So for a bit of context, the first key question that I'm asking, why a triple P framework? And I've looked into the weaknesses of the current Tvet system. I just want to make you aware that this is not a real academic presentation. It's from my heart. Okay, so yesterday we heard about an outdated curriculum. That means a curriculum that is not aligned with the labor market needs. On top of that, a curriculum that is not aligned on emerging sector skills. Then the second one should actually be in that order. I have had to make a decision which order I need to follow, is the skills mismatch that is resulting from that outdated curriculum. And then the third one is because of the weak industry links. And then we have a shortage of qualified Tvet trainers. Our Tvet trainers cannot teach beyond level 3. What is the reason for that? It's because currently Tvet is only offered at Tvet institutions up to level 3, in very rare cases, level 4 and level 5. And then the last one touches on the governance systems of Namibia. There's a lack of data and evaluation frameworks to assess the effectiveness of the skills that or the programs that we are currently offering in Namibia. It brings questions of trust. It brings questions of accountability, and it brings questions of transparency. Oh, I should stand here. Oh, see now, thank you. So therefore, Namibia needs a coordinated system that is managed by partnerships. But this is the surprise. All these problems and issues that we are currently facing is because of poor triple Ps. So what is a public-private partnership? Or we can also ask, what is a private-public partnership? PPPs provide resources, it aligns training with industry needs, and also improve accountability in Tvet systems. We all pool our efforts and resources together to make Tvet a reality in Namibia. So the key benefits and impact of this framework is it indirectly addresses the youth unemployment. Currently standing, or records are confirming, 50%, staggering amount. And that obviously also affects our graduates' employability. This framework is also intended to gear labor market alignment, and we spoke about that this morning, and I think also yesterday someone spoke about it, to develop sustainable skills in Namibia, and as a result also contribute to the economic growth of Namibia. And then the last one, which I said touches on governance, it's supposed to be a system that drives M&E in Namibia. We need to do more tracer studies. The last tracer study was done when? Can I hear an answer from the audience? When last did we do a tracer study? How do we know whether we are effective or not? Is it working or not? Okay, I think it was 2017 up to 2020. That was published. It was still under the leadership of Mr. Jerry Breekers. Okay. So the bridge will not be able to stand. The pillars will fall if we do not have enablers. Namibia is very good with documents or document our policies, etc. So there are success factors. We have the Tvet Act of 2008, which can serve as support to this framework. We also have the 2021 Tvet policy, which speaks about quality, improving the quality of Tvet in Namibia. On the other hand, there's also a call for partners to collaborate. Then, if we pull our resources together, we also have sustainable funding models. Someone just mentioned, I think it was Martin that mentioned about the Tvet levy. How many of us are aware of the benefits of the Tvet levy? Most recently, it was announced that education will become free next year. And all of a sudden, we see calls from the mining sector, we see calls through the National Youth Development Fund and Social Security, etc. It's there. We also have international agencies such as GIZ, and then also the EU and other that's willing to contribute to Namibia's Tvet sector. Key question: if our partners are resistant, would they be able to participate? Or would they be able to collaborate in making this framework a reality? They are not aware, or some of them are not aware of the benefits of the Tvet levy and what it can bring. If the partnerships are weak, the challenges that we have referred to earlier on is going to continue. I call them systemic. they are persistent. If the partnerships are strong, then, yeah, we've built that bridge. And then, adoption of emerging sector skills areas. Dr. Fiona Anderson spoke yesterday about smart technologies into agribusiness process management. Joseph McQuenda spoke about green technologies, hydrogen. We spoke about green hydrogen yesterday. Someone else mentioned, I think was Limbo, that spoke about advanced manufacturing. Right? So all these areas are mentioned in the sector skills plan, but we do not have programs that can now develop those skills, that can train our trainees to become equipped and to be ready for the workforce. That also includes cross-cutting occupations such as entrepreneurship. So the enabler is actually that we should be willing to adopt these emerging sector skills areas. So there are 7 pillars. I call them 7 pillars, and the aim is to address the systemic challenges in the Namibia sector, Tvet sector. Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 is the foundation of this framework. Pillar 1, which we call sectoral hubs, focus on key 11 economic sectors, including the cross-cutting occupations, such as entrepreneurship to develop specialized skills. And then Pillar 2 will now emerge because of those sectoral hubs, which is specialized trade centers where we use cutting-edge technology for industry. And then also a key feature is that they must be nearly located to those industries. For example, we have a fishing and marine training institution in Walvish Bay, and then the training provider is also centrally located in Walvish Bay. Pillar 3, I call this the core of the entire framework, the heart of the framework. We have Tvet in Namibia. Tvet is aligned with the NQF and delivers practical skills for job readiness and the workforce relevance. Therefore, formal partnerships are required with industry to enable internships, the job attachments that we are talking about, apprenticeships, and then also joint development of training standards. Industry are the owners of the system. Right? They're going to take in the workforce that we are training to work for them and to make money. They are in there to make money. Then, currently, there's actually a challenge, there is an issue in Namibia. Job attachments are not compulsory. I know they are currently busy with a framework or to make this realize or to make this possible. So we have students that's entering the system without exposure to the real world of work. And some of them even quit because they don't have finances to go stay near to the industry. And then the Tvet curriculum is also very flexible. We spoke about innovation yesterday. It should be industry driven and it should be aligned to green energy, advanced ICT. This morning we had experts speaking about AI, right? Oil and gas, which is a topic in Namibia currently, and also other emerging sectors. Together, this makes up a collaborative training ecosystem. Pillar 4. Job attachment and mentoring. This shifts the attention totally from the curriculum to the trainees. Right? We also know what job attachment entails, what should happen. Issue is actually in Namibia, it's not linked to any educational outcomes. It's not part of the curriculum or the program document. We therefore also then need formal agreements between students, the employers, and the authorities to ensure clear roles and responsibilities. This framework has defined roles and responsibilities for Namibia's Tvet sector. Mentorship and monitoring. This creates feedback loops between industry, the trainees and the trainers. And then also, we need partnership with private companies because they have the technologies, they have the infrastructure, etc., and our Ministry of Labour to align training with the current job market needs. This shifts the focus to the trainers. If we do not have qualified trainers, then we cannot produce quality graduates, Tvet graduates. This validates the profession of the Tvet sector. So the key feature of this pillar is that we need to professionalize the career of Tvet trainers in Namibia. We can use, because at the moment the Namibia Science NUST is the only university that offers training for Tvet trainers. So we can use that diploma as a benchmark, but it doesn't stop there. They also need continuous professional development. That is upskilling in their trades or in their occupational areas. High training standards, it's a tool, it's a benchmark. It offers structured career pathways, and then I spoke about industry-supported upskilling already, but it also requires collaboration with the industry partners so that they are exposed to the latest technologies to improve Tvet training quality in Namibia. The last one, not the last one, pillar number 6. This is a critical one. It's the brain of this framework. What is working, what is not working. We need to use evidence to assess the effectiveness of our programs in Namibia. We need collaboration between academia, not just NUST, UNAM, IUM, and others, private universities, and even abroad. Tvet institutions and industry partners to collaborate to track the outcomes and to maintain program relevance. Regular tracer studies, regular research and monitoring equals labor market intelligence. And we need to update our sector skills plans regularly. This brings everything together. It's a summary of the framework. And the shift is towards a production-based education. Now, this framework is not a thumbsuck. This framework benchmarked with international models or draws inspiration from international models, such as the German dual system that integrates classroom and workplace training, and then also the South Africa's centers of specialization that fosters deep industry partnerships. And another one is the Soltech model. I don't know how many of us knows about the Soltech model. It's a private model, private institution in South Africa that works together with industry and the labor authorities in South Africa. I give over to, before we conclude, to Prof. Kessler. Thank you.
Well done, Bernadette. So our idea was first, when we talked some months ago, that I comment on every pillar, but you can imagine that needs much too much time. So I would just give a brief comment on one topic, this one, and then I add another idea to think about for the framework. So this framework is highlighting certain points to think about, yeah? And I think the highlighting is great, yeah, it's really helpful. The curriculum is something. I talked about the examinations, yeah, that the style of examination is done by the assessors, not by the papers. It's done by the assessors. And that's the same with the trainers. The training is done by the trainers, not by the curriculum. So who is flexible? The curriculum cannot be flexible. The curriculum is just a pencil to do something. But if you write a nice article or if you write something stupid, yeah, that depends on the people who use it. Your curriculum, which you have, is technology open. It's the same like in Germany. Give a lot of space for the trainers. Yesterday we heard even from Okahara that they do a topic which is not in the curriculum, changing treasure into treasure to trash to treasure, like that, yeah. So they are even, you can even put topics inside. Why you say we have to wait for the curriculum to be innovative? No, yeah. So that is the point I want to mention to this curriculum. And then another point for flexibility, when we were thinking about green hydrogen, we identified that in an industry there's an occupation needed which called industrial mechatronics, and we looked into many different already existing qualifications and identified that all these unit standards are already here in Namibia. Just we have to redesign them to put them together into a new profile. Yeah, and sure, then there are also clear lacks because there's a further progress. But flexibility is a question of people, I would say, not of paper. So that is my comment to curricular autonomy. So we should more think about how we work with the assessment papers we have, how we work with the curricula we have, and then to be flexible. And then an addition, because if we talk about frameworks like that, we often think about having it and having not it. Yeah, that was why I was answering a bit the dual question, like it is a progress. Yeah, and in the framework we have like it is not existing and it is existing. This model was developed by a colleague, Mr. Euler. He worked about, I don't know, 15 years on that. And the good point in this model is that he also developed a framework. This framework has 11 pillars, and many pillars are similar to your model. Yeah, and in every pillar he implemented a maturity development. Yeah. So if we start into a progress, we are not starting from 0 and then we are arriving 100%. What are the steps in between? So, and he has, for every pillar, he has developed a development level, a maturity. Singapore in the 50s, when they had to decide, should we include the companies or not? They said, our companies are not mature for this challenge. So at the beginning, they decided not to include the companies. And then in the meantime, the companies matured and are now ready. And now it's very industry driven. Yeah. So maturity of all stakeholders. And here, for example, developing skills that will remain relevant in future workshop. That at the beginning, practice is a subject, and then practice became activities. Then it will be coordinated, and at the end, we have a system where the people move between the different places. And a second example, you also addressed this point of data, that yesterday we saw how they used national data to get a picture of the Tvet system, how many people are in which occupations which should be useful for hydrogen. So use of national data, first level. Second, then we also take the international benchmark, then indicator-based monitoring, and then in-house research structure. But all of this is a progress level from different maturities in the process. So that was an addition and a comment.
Thank you very much. So I will conclude. You can imagine the impact of this framework. A stronger workforce, a future-proofed workforce, and then you have two pictures there showing the before and the after. Before are those systemic challenges that we are currently facing, and then therefore I would say that this framework is a structured roadmap and an action plan for transforming Namibia's Tvet sector. You can see my road that I've built. There's even a bridge that I need to go over to ensure that we have a quality Tvet system, that our graduates are employable, and that our Tvet system is transforming the Tvet landscape in Namibia. So my question to you for reflection is, can this blueprint create Namibia's next innovators? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Prof. Gisela and Ms. Bernadette, or should I say future doctor, Ms. Kluter. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. Before we move on, do we have any questions? Ooh, okay. I see there was a lot going on, a lot of thoughts provoked. I myself was even learning, I didn't know that Tvet had a cousin, was it a sister, called Cbet. Can we have mics on the floor for, I see a question over there. Can we just take maximum 3 questions for the sake of time? We have another presenter who has to present online before we move on to our panel discussion, which will be right before our tea break.
Good morning. Your mic is off. Let me proceed, Master Sridika.
Thank you so much. Mine is a joinder to what they just presented and the question that is put to us. So let me rather hit the ground. Isn't it true that the curriculum and the teaching staff that we have on board, isn't that the hamstrung that we have to the system in terms of the results that we get in terms of our teachers, the teachers' training, the level of their training, where they're coming from? And therefore, this actually does not provide the necessary flexibility that we need in the system and the innovation that we're actually asking for, because either their level of training is very low, they themselves are not readily exposed to the industry, or they are actually coming from the wrong background because they are just general education teachers, who jumped into a system that they do not understand and do not appreciate, and they are stuck in their background, and therefore they just don't do this necessary flexibility. Not only that, the other one also backs the kind of system that we have in terms of the technical teachers training program, that the technical teachers training program does not necessarily also add the value to these teachers. Besides the pedagogical training, it does not give them the necessary technical training that they need. And I think there was a study sometimes way back after the introduction of this program at NAST in '98, that there was a need for this program to provide the theoretical and practical element to these graduates or the students in the technical teachers training program to be able to be given the necessary training so that when they claim to be a level 6 or level 7 qualification within Tvet, they also have the necessary technical training within the Department of Engineering at NAST. Thank you.
Very good.
I'm looking for my bosses.
Can we proceed?
Yeah, Prof.
Should I answer now the question, or?
You may proceed.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm actually looking for Prof. Nyati.
Okay.
He's not here today. Dr. Kloppers, maybe you should answer that question on behalf of management at NAST. I cannot answer that question. But the idea is that we have department or a faculty that's working together with other departments or faculties. And we have strands within this Tvet trainer qualification. Yesterday, I was waiting for that answer to be given to the audience, and the answer was not given. Unfortunately, I'm just a little person. Yeah, so I will not be able to answer that question. Thank you very much.
I guess I can, from my perspective, I would answer like this. If I remember in 2016, when I've been the first time here, there was even no Tvet group in NAST. It was very small, yeah, and they developed the program and everything. And we all agree that innovation quality is done by people. That is the key, yeah. But what I said with a dual system or whatever, each system needs patience to develop. We also need patience with the people. And I've seen fantastic Tvet trainers. I've not seen all, yeah, but I've seen really fantastic. I have a lot of fantastic people at the moment in mind. They are very good already. There are others which are still developing, yeah, and we need patience. Yeah, and what I see is that there's a great progress from 2016 when I've been the first time here, and now in 25 in this 9 year. I have not seen such a patient or such a progress in other countries. And just to make a comparison to Australia, yeah, Australia is at the moment reforming on the one side the Tvet system, on the other side it's totally destroying it. And that is something which they are not aware of. What they have done is they put the training for the TAFE, they call it, the Tvet Center, for the TAFE institution, they put out of the universities. Yeah? And that means now in the universities, all institutes for Tvet, development, research, monitoring, they are all closing down. I've been in Sydney, there was one person retired, one was in another institute. I've been in Brisbane, I've been in Adelaide, all around, yeah. Elsevier, the national institution, is still doing a good job, but they will cut the budget. So, and if I compare the progress in Australia with the progress in Namibia, then I would say Namibia is really developing, and what I see in Australia that makes me sad is going the other way. They are at the moment working on a new reform, so hopefully it will become better. So that is patient, I would say, yeah.
Okay. In fact, we have trainers here today. They can stand up and just show their faces. We have CEOs here, we have founders here. That was part of our program at NAST.
Thank you very much. We'll take one more question from the floor here. Or Ms. Bernadette, do you still want Dr. Kloppers to answer your question for you?
All right. Okay. Good morning. Thank you. One of the aspects that we are working on is our department is primarily meant to support trainer-of-trainer programs, especially in reskilling and upskilling. So the first degree program that we are working on, which is a degree in renewable energy with specialization in solar technologies, we have developed that in collaboration with the engineering department, with the NEI, the Namibia Energy Institute, and also the vocational training centers, and also the industry, and with partners from Germany and a few other countries. So it is in the pipeline, but that is the model that we are using, because we need to understand at what level, because these are now your trainers, that is our primary target audience. So we are looking at, we need to work with the trainers, with the VTC, so we understand at what level the trainers are. And also, of course, we need to look at what is the need in the industry also, because they are the ones who are producing the workforce that will go and work in the industry. So that link is very important, and that is going into our program development process. So where we are required, as when we develop programs at NAS, that we benchmark with different institutions, regionally, locally, and internationally also. And that is also being done as part of the consultative process. So so there are things in the pipeline, but unfortunately we have a very complicated system in the country which slows down our program development process, because once you've developed it, then you must go for accreditation. If NCHE doesn't accredit it, you can't offer the program. So there are a lot of bottlenecks in the system. But in terms of developing our higher qualifications to especially upskill and reskill our trainers, this is the model that we are using. We're working together with sister faculties, like, for example, with renewable energy, there's a lot of links to engineering. Mr. Franz Sangombe, whom he presented yesterday, he was on the team that was developing the curriculum. Professor Gessler has also been providing support and giving input on that program. We also work closely with the Namibia Energy Institute. You heard Dr. Andreas Elombo. So the partnerships are there, the programs are being developed. It just takes a little bit of time to get it out and to roll it out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kloppers. We'll take two more questions, then we move on to our presenter who is online. This gentleman was first. Yes.
Thanks. My name is Wandara. Actually, I have questions. Actually, we have always thinking about unqualified instructor in the country. Outdated curriculum, who's not need the industrial market. What are we doing? Because this point is coming in every Tvet conference. What should we do? Because the program of artisan is only end at level 3. But there is no any articulations between university, either UNAM or NAST, because it's assassinated there. When these people is finished, where must they go? Where? In Namibia, we don't have any program who can complete that gap, what we are talking about, unqualified instructors. Secondly, we are talking about CBET. We have CBET in Namibia. But is it really implemented correctly in our country? Because you are talking about yesterday, micro articulations, short courses must be in. When I know CBET, you need to come in and do specific unit standard, what you want, what you need, and go. But in Namibia, you need to cover all the unit standard and get all the accreditations, then you can get your qualification. What should you do? Thanks.
Thank you very much for the question. We'll hand over to our presenters to answer the question. Prof. Gisela, Ms. Bernadette, are you ready for the question?
The first question was about the lack of qualified trainers. What do we do about them? Is that what you said? Okay. Yeah. How do you answer such a question? I am proposing a framework where all stakeholders need to work together to address these gaps. The framework at the same time also advocates for upskilling and not just in their technical trades, but also in pedagogy. So that was my proposal. I think it's also, we are in the process, as Dr. Kloppers just indicated, to develop qualifications so that we can have that kind of articulation, you know, move from one level to a next level. For example, the diploma in Tvet, which is level 6, and then perhaps create a bachelor degree in Tvet with strands. That's what I also indicated. Thank you. I don't know whether I answered your question, but I've tried.
Very briefly to the lack of trainers, I talked about patient, yeah. But on the other side, we yesterday learned also for the green hydrogen that they have a very urgent demand. And so on the one side, we need patient for the whole system, for the society. On the other side, there's a very strict demand of a lot of people they need. And then there are other programs to fill this gap, yeah. The second is the CBET system correctly implemented. There is not one model to say this is CBET. Yeah, you have in every country you have CBET different. You can only not say is it correct implemented to the origin or whatever. Yeah, even the origin. What is the UK model? Is the Australian model? Is the South African model? Which is the origin? Yeah. You can only say, is this CBET model so implemented that it's functioning? That's the point, yeah? So, and the features which are not functioning in the model here, yeah, they are able to solve, like the assessment we talked about, like the understanding of the teachers that they don't have to stick very, the other what you said with the levels, that is really critical, that the CBET cell on level 4, you're only allowed to level 3 to train, but how to bring innovation into a system like that, yeah. Yeah. So, just there is not one perfect CBET model, and this perfect model is not implemented. It's just a question how in every country it looks different, yeah. And there's a wide, it's not dogmatic, this system. It can be implemented in different ways. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately for the sake of time, we're just going to take one more question and then we move on. I see one more question. That's it.
All right, thank you very much. I think for this one I have to stand up. Can I just see a show of hands of those who are married in this room? A show of hands. As to whether you are happily married or not, that's another, it's a debate for another question. When we talk of partnerships, that's why I used an example of marriage. It's about trust. A colleague was talking earlier on, is this CBET working? I mean, if you do research, when CBET was introduced, a lot of institutions wanted to do it. And then later on, they said it doesn't work. Because they wanted to apply it 100%. I can see Mr. Seririka is agreeing with me. And there were demonstrations from students. I'm so happy also that, don't give me that look, Bernadette. I'm not going to ask questions. I'm just contributing. I'm so happy that you're using pillars. It's an example from the engineering side. And we are also seeing cogwheels there, that you have a driver and a driven. There are certain situations that you don't debate. You just say, this is what we are going to do. Because in a household, if you are to debate with your children that today we are going for polio inoculation, none of the children will go with you there. You force them to go there. Contribution relating to your pillar number 5 on registration and professionalization, I would like to just then add that probably on that one, we need to consider licensing of TVET trainers. Because when you license, a qualification, you can't take it away. Once you are qualified, you can't take, but if you have a license, you can then enforce. Because if you are not licensed, if you are not complying, then we can remove you from the register. I mean, the professional council are doing it. The engineering council are doing it. I don't know why we can't also do it on TVET professionalization. So that one on registration and professionalization, maybe consider licensing, because I think it can take us somewhere. And the last one, you talked of duality. Probably not duality, probably plurality. So that you just don't have two. You have multiple areas in which you can address. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we give Prof. Gisela and Ms. Bernadette another round of applause? As we move on to our next presenter, who will be presenting online, help me welcome Prof. Dr. Pramod Shrestha. I hope I pronounced that right. From the Institute of Engineering, University Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal. He will be presenting on the strategic partnership driving sustainable growth, global perspectives from Nepal's Tvet journey and innovation. Prof. Pramod, if you can hear us, please take...
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Okay, maybe we need a little
Can
bit
you
of
hear
volume.
me?
Yes, we can. Prof, we
Okay,
can hear you.
Okay, it has been late. Yeah, you can hear me now. Can I proceed?
Yes, you may.
Okay, good morning, Namibia. Good afternoon, Nepal. What I'm going to do is I have worked in this sector, engineering, education and training, and Tibet for the last 51 years. So what I will be talking about is the journey of Nepal, and I'll be looking at why strategic partnership is important for a sustainable growth in this sector, in the Tibet sector. And lastly, we will talk about why innovation is necessary. Now, if I look at what will be talking is, first I'll give you the context of our journey, our partnership journey, which might not be that different from Namibia. Because I heard that, I was listening to the earlier speaker, and I heard that Germany is putting a lot of effort in developing this very, very important sector. And I heard the last speaker talked about some failure of the Australian Tvet system. I have very high respect for the German system, mainly dual system. So the second area that I would be talking would be why strategic partnership matter. That's the second element that I would talk. The third one would be, I'll be talking about innovation and the global perspective, where it is going in this sector. The fourth area that I would be talking would be key impacts and opportunity in this sector for Namibia. Okay? And the last one would be the way forward. And definitely I would be talking about two critical elements about the sector. One is quality assurance, which is the foundation. And then the second element, which is neglected, is the supply and demand side. And we've been driven by the supply side model. So this is the outline that I would be talking about. Now, when I look at the Tibet landscape in Nepal, we think that we face two policy challenges in our country. Now, this also could be related to Namibia. Okay, now is like I said. We generally are driven by supply side. We produce a lot of Tibet graduates and they would not find employment. So it's not demand-driven initiative. So that's one. And the second one, which is related to quality assurance, is limited alignment between the competencies of the graduates and the needs of the industry and businesses. And again, that would lead us to the concept of demand-driven strategy in Tibet. Okay. Now, when I look at the partnership journey of Nepal in this sector, we started with semi-diploma or sub-diploma in carpentry and construction about 70 years back. And our journey 70 years back was with the help of India, our neighbor. Okay. Then after that, there we can see incremental growth in the Tibet sector, and our partners in our journey were UK, Germany, Switzerland. Now, when you look at the Tibet partnership in Nepal, the EU is a major player. That's bilateral. And if you look at the multilateral, the Asian Development Bank and the World Bank to a certain extent are major bilateral partners in our journey. Now, the context that you would see that, like I said before, our challenge is to shift from supply driven to a supply driven to a demand driven. And the same when we talk about partnership, I think the shift have to be from donor driven to partnership driven. So that's now you can see that could be the same issue in Namibia. Instead of a donor driven, it should be a partnership driven strategy in this journey. Now, definitely, we must have our link with the regional players. We must have our link with the global player. And now we should link skills with employment. That's the major thing. With entrepreneurship, that's coming up with innovation. And then the last one would be green and digital economy, which should be driving our economy. Okay. Now, when I talk about why this sort of strategic partnership matter, there are four elements that I would like to point out why this is important. Number one is Tibet should act as a bridge between education and training, industry and government. Okay, these are the three main important players. So the partnerships would be very, very strategic and synergetic between these three players: the Tibet institution, the industry, and the government. The second one, why this strategic partnership is important, whether national, regional, or global, is it should enable technology transfer, and it should create a sustainable innovation ecosystem. The third one, why this partnership is important, is we should be able to leverage regional and global expertise and local. So the key emphasis is yes, we have to think globally. We have to get the best in terms of knowledge or competency, but then we have to act locally. The implementation has to be local. So the fourth one is this partnership should promote inclusive and sustainable growth. The reason why we need a sustainable growth is we have seen a lot of examples, must be in Namibia, there are a lot of examples in Nepal, that after the donor, they go out, the project is a complete failure. So we have to come up with a mechanism to see how this is sustained. Okay, now if you look at from the Nepalese perspective, what we are focusing now in our journey now at present is, one is the dual Tibet method. Now we are focusing a lot of our Tibet initiative in apprenticeship model. Okay, so when you talk about that, then again, we are talking about industry academic or industry education and training linkage. The third one, which is again very, very, very important, is this framework, National Vocational Qualification Framework, which was approved by the cabinet around 5 years back. The implementation is very, very slow. But I think if you implement this in an effective, efficient manner, This will give you the vertical and the horizontal mobility for our Tvet graduate. Now we have 8 level. That's the norm in most of the countries. The level 8 is doctoral level. Now the other area is again the PPP model that you've seen in skills development, that is public-private partnership. The fifth one is demand and supply data. Now, we in our part of the world, we are very, very weak in data. We really don't know how much Tibet graduates are needed in what sector. So that's where we have to focus on data-driven strategy. I've already talked about demand-driven Tibet instead of supply-driven, and the last one is sustainable and green Tibet, because we have to be responsible. What you do for we should leave a cleaner world for our future generation. Now, when I talk about innovation and regional global perspective, there are 4 points. Again, benchmarking with successful model. The Finnish model could come into my sort of thinking. The German dual system model, the Korea Meister schools, then the Finland lifelong learning model. Okay, so for a lesson for us and for Namibia could be contextualize regional global model, but prioritize inclusion and innovation and localization. Now, key impacts and opportunity, there are 4 that I would list, which are major impacts and opportunity. Definitely, with this, if you come up with a robust Tibet system, you have enhanced employability, innovation, and entrepreneurship. And then what we have to do is to achieve this, we have to focus. We should include the green and digital innovation in our curriculum. The third point is the excluded should be included. So people, women, and marginal youth in emerging sector. Now, service sector is an emerging sector, so we should include them. And then again, the last one and one of the most important is the need of sustained financing and quality assurance. Okay? Now, I have presented my PowerPoint, so I don't want to go into that detail. So what I would like to say in closing, I would be happy to take your questions. In closing, I will talk about 3 C's and 3 A. Now, the 3 C is, the first C is the content, the knowledge, skills, and attitude, okay? And that should be solid. But that is not enough. Another C, the second C is the context. That's where I've been talking about get the best knowledge and competency. But then it has to be contextual. You can't come up with a one-size-fits model. Within Namibia also, you can't come up with a one-size-fits model. So the context, the situation is important. The last one, which is again neglected, is the community. So you start with content, context, and community. What you're doing now in Namibia is a community of learning in the sector of Tibet. So these 3 should work together. All 3 C's are important. The challenge is to add more C's. Now, when I talk about 3 A's, the first A is adopt, okay? You don't have to reinvent the wheel. Okay? So get the best. Then adapt to your local situation. And the third A is you have to apply. And then it's a circle. You adopt, adapt, and apply. So you keep on going. You apply, make some changes, again adapt, okay? So always remember the principle of 3 C's and 3 A's, okay? Again, the time is limited, so I will end my short presentation, and I would be happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Pramod. I can see, judging by the ticker on your forehead, the Diwali celebrations are still going on in Nepal.
No, it's, yeah. Diwali, we have a brother's day today. So the sister would worship the brother for their long life.
Okay. We will now open the floor
Diwali
for...
celebration is for 5 days.
Okay, Prof.
Yes, thank
We'll
you.
now open the floor for questions. Unfortunately, for the sake of time, we're only going to stick to 2 questions for the professor. Can I have mics
Thank
on
you.
the floor? Do we have any questions?
Or any challenges?
Comments? Okay, it seems like, Prof, you did a good job. Everyone understood what you spoke about because we don't have any
I did
questions.
a bad job.
Yes, Prof. Thank you very much, Prof.
It could be both. I did a good job or I did a bad job.
You did a good job, hence there are no questions. Give him another round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, Prof, thank you so much for your presence too. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best for the conference.
Thank you, Prof. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short break. For the sake of time, I would suggest we just grab something to munch on, cup of coffee, cup of tea, water, and then we come back to the room and continue with our next item on the program. Thank you so much.
Celebrating 10 years of excellence at the Namibia University of Science and Technology, the Department of Technical and Vocational Education and Training, within the Faculty of Commerce, Human Sciences and Education at NUST, proudly presents the 2025 Tvet Conference under the theme Advancing Tvet for a Sustainable Future, Innovation, Partnerships and Skills Development. In a world shaped by climate change, economic challenges, and rapid technology, Tvet stands as a catalyst for progress, equipping people with the skills to innovate, grow, and build resilient communities. This landmark conference unites government, educators, industry, development agencies, and trainees, exploring how Tvet can respond to the needs of a changing world. Join us from the 22nd until the 24th of October in Windhoek or online for a 3-day conference shaping the future of Tvet in Namibia and beyond. We look forward to welcoming you. technology. The Department of Technical and Vocational Education and Training within the Faculty of Commerce, Human Sciences and Education at NUST proudly presents the 2025 Tvet Conference under the theme Advancing Tvet for a Sustainable Future, Innovation, Partnerships and Skills Development. In a world shaped by climate change, economic challenges and rapid technology, Tvet stands as a catalyst for progress, equipping people with the skills to innovate, grow and build resilient communities. This landmark conference unites government, educators, industry, development agencies and trainees, exploring how Tvet can respond to the needs of a changing world. Join us from the 22nd until the 24th of October in Windhoek or online for a 3-day conference shaping the future of Tvet in Namibia and beyond. We look forward to welcoming you. Celebrating 10 years of excellence at the Namibia University of Science and Technology, the Department of Technical and Vocational Education and Training within the Faculty of Commerce, Human Sciences and Education at NUST proudly presents the 2025 Tvet Conference under the theme Advancing Tvet for a Sustainable Future, Innovation, Partnerships and Skills Development. In a world shaped by climate change, economic challenges and rapid technology, Tvet stands as a catalyst for progress, equipping people with the skills to innovate, grow and build resilient communities. This landmark conference unites government, educators, industry, development agencies and trainees, exploring how Tvet can respond to the needs of a changing world. Join us from the 22nd until the 24th of October in Windhoek or online for a 3-day conference shaping the future of Tvet in Namibia and beyond. We look forward to welcoming you.
Ladies, testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? Can I have your attention? Can we take our seats, please? We can proceed with the munching and the sippings as we proceed with our program. A bit so noisy outside. What was the guy's name? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you please take your seat? Can you please take your seat? Going once, going twice. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you're all wondering what are the big posters on your desk or on your table right now. Before we start with the next item on our agenda, I just want to give Mr. Martin Willington 5 minutes to explain on the poster that is on your desk right now, that is on the table. Please give him a round of applause. And can we please have everyone seated? 5 minutes, Mr. Martin.
To be honest, I don't even need 5 minutes, but if I waffle for a bit, I might get more people seated. Everyone outside, can you come in, please? Turn that speaker around. I don't want to take too much of the time. I'm not in the program. I squeeze myself in. But everyone can see that poster on one of the tables. Can I see some nodding? Okay, good. Maybe they're holding it up. The poster, you can take it home, you can put it at your institution, you can put it outside Checkers or Pick and Pay or Model, whatever it's called now. You can put it in your institutions where young people, old people, anyone can see it, because I know it says the hyphen skills, green energy skills census, but it's a national census for capturing as many skills from A to Z as possible in Namibia. So Hyphen has a policy within its contracting that 90% of the workforce should be Namibian. And we don't want to have a pressure where outside contractors will tell us that we don't have enough skilled people here, we don't have adequately skilled people here, we are going to import skills. And they might even want to pay a fine for importing those skills if they can't find the 90% here. But we know in Namibia that we've been over-graduating people into an economy that couldn't absorb them. So a lot of your welders, carpenters, electricians, turners, fitters, boilermakers, chefs, hospitality people, they've been graduating from institutions, but they never found an economy to absorb them. Now with oil and gas, I'll say oil and gas, I'm not just going to say green hydrogen, because hydrogen is a gas, okay? So oil, gas, hydrogen, it's a brand new economy coming to Namibia. It's a brand new sector, but it's going to need a lot more than just the output of our relatively inexperienced artisans coming out of the centers. We need those people registered who are maybe driving taxis, but they've got a level 3 electrical certificate in their back pocket. We all know them, eh? We know that there's a guy that does our tiling, but he's a security guard during the week. Let me see some nodding, because I know my tiler is a security guard when I was still doing some tiling. So the skills census is, okay, it's a private initiative from Hyphen, but since government are 24% equity shareholder in Hyphen, it's also a national census. And my aim is to get at least 15,000, 20,000 respondents so we can really cluster all the occupational health and safety people, all the Tvet people, all of the hospitality people, all of the ICD people, all of the entrepreneurs even. So it's worth to distribute the census, distribute the QR code, distribute the URL, the short URL, so we get as many respondents as possible. And that negates the need for the import of overseas staff, where we have the opportunity in the next 3-4 years to upskill all of those people that are driving taxis around or security guards or working in supermarkets, but they have a Tvet qualification. It's not the intention, I don't think, of Total or Hyphen or whichever other company that's entering the new sector to steal from existing businesses. It's not the intention to poach. It's not maybe the intention to headhunt, because that sounds a bit nicer. But we know that there's a lot of graduates out there who mentioned the tracer study earlier? I think Dr. Bernadette Kluter to be, I'll manifest it for her. She was talking about the tracer study, and I think the tracer study said that 50% of all graduates from Tvet are not doing a job that they studied for. So that means they are driving taxis, etc., isn't it? So I just reiterate, I don't want to take too much of Ronel's time. Oh, there you are. I didn't know you were watching me. But anyone who wants more posters, I can bring this afternoon or tomorrow. We've got a lot of posters at work, and then you can put them up around your institutes, and especially where there's a congregation of people who have graduated, but they're working in some other space. And I don't mean bars, surely there's somewhere else than that. But please, we want as many respondents as possible to stop overseas people coming. And I always laugh at that because clearly I wasn't born in Namibia, but you've adopted me. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Can we give him another round of applause, please? Up next on our program, we have the first panel discussion for today. We have two before lunch. So the first one, we will have Dr. Oscar Shiwira. He will be the moderator. Dr. Oscar, can I have you on stage? As well as Prof. Michael, Ms. Rusa, Ms. Martha. Can I have all these panelists and moderators on stage, please, as I read their biographies. So this panel discussion is focusing on aligning Tvet curricula with industry needs. Starting off strong with our moderator, Dr. Oscar Shiwira. He is a Tvet Executive Coordinator, Inaugural Dean of the Faculty of Commerce at Ibisago University in Botswana. Dr. Shiwira holds a PhD in economics, Masters in Finance and Investment, Masters in Economics, and an Honors in Economics. He is the Tvet Executive Coordinator and founding Dean of the Faculty of Commerce at the Ibisago University, apologies for that, serving since 2013. With over 22 years in higher education, 15 years in leadership and consultancy, he has led numerous projects across Southern Africa, including IOL, MITI, and BERS. A prolific researcher with over 28 accredited publications, he serves on several boards, including HRDC's Research, Innovation, Science and Technology Subcommittee and the Tourism Sector Subcommittee. Welcome, Dr. Oscar. Can we give him a round of applause? Can I just... Okay, joining him on stage, we have Ms. Martha Namutwa, who is a HR Human Resource Management lecturer in the Department of Governance and Management at the Namibia University of Science and Technology, as well as Ms. Rusa Itula Hango, who is the acting manager for Tvet Standards Division at the Namibia Training Authority, NTA. Welcome, Ms. Rusa. Welcome, Ms. Martha. Sorry, apologies. It's because Prof. Michael has graced his presence on this stage so much, I'm forgetting about him. And of course, welcome Prof. Michael as well for the third time on stage today.
Thank you so much, Ronel. Good morning. Dumelang bagayesu. Ungaipi. Magadini. Salibonan. The There is linguistics as a program under Tvet. I read the profile for the Tvet NAST, so I was impressed by the modules for linguistics. Right. When Ranel, is it Ranel or Ronel? When she mentioned some 2 or 3 programs. The one which she swept through, called MITI, that is Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry. There is a project that I did for the Republic of Botswana, which is the development of the middle income strategy. I'll specifically mention that because it relates to us. All of us here, I think the majority of us, we are middle income, isn't it? Middle income, by definition, we're looking at someone from 3,000 earnings, no, 1,500 up to 75,000, whether pullers, but when pullers you can convert and check whether we are in middle incomes group. Right now, the middle income strategy that I developed with my team led then now to the development of the entrepreneurship policy, the first entrepreneurship policy for the Republic of Botswana. What we realized in that, why mentioning that program or that project, everyone upon retirement will venture into a Tvet-related endeavor. Majority of us want to be farmers. All of a sudden you're a farmer after retirement. You just go to your whatever piece of land that you have and then you want to be a farmer. Especially someone in the agri-Tvet said 70% of the people, they participate in that. All of a sudden, you now want to do chicken rearing as a pensioner, isn't it? You have never done any backyard gardening, but you are now trying to grow some vegetables. That's sustainability. So we are also practicing, and at this stage, we need also to start learning how to practice and participate in what? In Tvet, is middle income. This was a finding. This finding led the Republic of Botswana to ensure that whilst we are still able-bodied, you need to have access to your pension. And as we speak right now, before you even start, before you are at the pension age for pension, isn't it? Your retirement age, sorry for that. They are now receiving their pension. So at least they will make use of that and the practice that they want to do when they are now retired. So that is Tvet for us. And all of us here, I will mix an element of, I'm an economist by training. When I look at ourselves here, we said we have got experts who are also suspects in the classroom, isn't it? Someone said that, it's not me. We have got experts who are also suspects. I mean, say we have got the lecturers who are also suspects. So I would urge all of us to say, whilst we are saying the learners, they need to practice entrepreneurship, ourselves as facilitators, as lecturers, let us also be entrepreneurial. Challenge your learners so that at least if you are training electrical, if it is mechanics, have something that you are running. I said all of us, when you retire, you are going to be what? To be Tvet related. Do it now, whilst you still have got the energy. I'll just give a classical example. Where I am at my university is by Isako University. It means for the future, just training learners for the future. We urge each other to say the field that you are in, you need to ensure that you have got something running parallel with what you are doing. I'll give a classical example of myself. As a financial economist, I also participate in teaching those who are doing masters in economics and masters in banking and finance. And when we are talking about financial development and economic growth as economists, I would relate to the financial sector of Botswana. Why? Because I know what is happening there. I have got a financing company that is registered by NBFIRA, which is regulated. So I would understand exactly what is there. So in the classroom, when I'm in front of the learners, I'll really know exactly what is there. So I'm challenging ourselves to say, let us also do the same. Inspire your learners. Right. There is also the BURS which we swept through. When you give me a platform, I'll also talk more about what I did, so at least maybe they could be a potential partner. There is a BURS. I developed the first tax gap for the BURS is Botswana Unified Revenue Services. So Botswana Unified Revenue Services has got 46% tax gap. What it means is the revenue that's supposed to be collected, it is misfiring by 46%. 46% is just going under the ground. It's not being tapped into the formal market. I do believe if we can tap into those 46% as the Republic of Botswana, we'll be able to send it to fund TVET-related institutions. Well, that is revenue, isn't it? Right. Right. Whilst we were looking at our theme of today, I said I'm happy to be the moderator and not a panelist, because I really don't know what they're going to be saying in terms of the responses, because it looks like everything has been responded to in terms of the curriculum in industry. I wish you all the best, my airborne panelists. Thank you so much also, Michael. I think you gave reference to a book, no, a paper of 2025. So when you made reference to it, I said, well, maybe with the team, there is just a need for us to say, go and have a look at that paper. And then we'll get the solutions in terms of how to what? By allies. So we really appreciate that. Right, the other aspect before I go on to this is the issue of, we had, let me check here, we had our TVET pizza 3 months ago. But in Botswana, it is mainly at national level, coordinated by the department, the respective department. So I shall share with the Dr. Klopas the synopsis of that piece. It's more or less like the challenges that we have here. Right, before I go on, I would like to appreciate the NAST, National University, Namibia University of Science and Technology for inviting me, mainly the HOD and also Dr. Benedict. I'll now refer to you as Dr. Benedict. And also, there are a number of people whom we were working with who actually contributed so much there. We've got Bruno. So I really do appreciate you, Dr. Klopas. And also appreciating Dr. Junius Christofina, who actually provided some guidance to the questions that I'm going to be presenting here. Most of the questions are not going to come from me. Right. In Botswana, I'll take this opportunity to talk about also Botswana, because this opportunity, I think that's the reason why I was invited here. There is a need for the revitalization. In fact, the current republic talks so much about the revitalization of TVET. And the president made a reference to a very important point to say that there is a need to make, you can green TVET, but he said there is a need to make TVET sexy. Hello? Making TVET sexy. What do you mean by that? It should just be just like any other pathway in terms of academic progression. What did he do? At national level, those who were going to the tertiary education levels, they were being given 1,800 in terms of student allowances. Those who were going to the brigades and technical colleges, they were being given 300 pula per month as student allowance. So you see, already you are making the TVET pathway to be inferior as compared to the other what? Pathway. So, beginning last month, that paradigm was changed. Whether you're going to a brigade or a technical college or any other college, it has been changed. Everyone is now getting 1,800 as a student allowance. They've leveled the ground. Meaning to say someone who will be having the good qualification that you want, mathematics and the rigor in terms of thinking, can actually choose to say, I want to go the TVET route and not this other what? Route. Because they were being enticed by the allowances and go and do programs which are not in line. So allow me then now to move on to something also of interest. it could be of interest, I don't know, to my team, but mainly I thought maybe I may need also to talk to it. There is a lot of similarities between what is happening here and what is happening in Botswana. And the frameworks are more or less the same. We have got the Namibian Training Authority. We have got the Botswana equivalence of Botswana Training Authority. We have got the Namibian Qualification Authority, NQA. We have got the National NCQF Qualification Framework, which is actually following that. We have got the Namibian Council of Higher Education, and there is the Botswana Qualification Authority. If you go to Zimbabwe, across there, they will talk about the ZIMCHE, isn't it? So in the region, we have got more or less the same system. Why mentioning that? And we have got the same challenges. Our challenges are highly correlated in SADC. So I heard the principal yesterday making reference to say, make it national. I think we need actually to make it, to have a regional piece on Tvet, whereby as the SADC region we meet, because our problems are the same. Maybe we may come up with the strong, solid solutions to our challenges. Having said that, I need now to move to our panel or panelists. There is a change in the way how it was done yesterday. So that today we will only address the questions to my able as a panelist, and then thereafter we will then now open the floor to you, and then you'll be in a position to also ask some questions, and then thereafter we will move on to. Am I going to do what you're supposed to have done? Or you want to come and do it? I want to follow the instructions the way how I was given.
Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to introduce our third panelist, Ms. Lenky de Klerk. She is a Human Resource and Compliance Manager at Aqua Services and Engineering with over 17 years of experience in the water industry. Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Lenky.
You are most welcome. Right now, this is a new model which I'm trying. The other panel, I think they'll get it right or even much more efficient than the way how we will do it, because we are trying it for the first time. So I'll pose the questions to the panelists, and then we will, in no any particular order in terms of responses. But there is also room for you to talk more about, but I know Prof. Michael, you spoke quite at length. Maybe it will be Martha and De Klerk maybe talk a little bit about also your organization before responding to a question. But the first question is, we are talking about the skills gap. Basically here, the challenge here is, can we have an industry-ready Tvet graduate? That's the question, isn't it? Means you want to check the curriculum and also the industry expectations. So the question is this perceived misalignment between Tvet curriculum and industry needs in Namibia a real challenge or a myth exaggerated by stakeholders? I don't know who would want to take this one first. Is it a myth or it is an exaggeration? There is no any skills mismatch or gap. Martha, I can see you are ready.
Okay. Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible. Okay. Thank you so much for the question. However, before I dwell into the question, I would want to highlight that Tvet, as we all know, plays a vital role in human resource development and also in skills development. So the competencies to be developed in Tvet are essential in order for Namibia to actually reach its developmental goals. So, in fact, the curriculum aspect also need to be aligned in order for these developmental goals to be realize. And the relevance of the TVET system should be robust for the curriculums that we are developing. And also to be able for us as industry or high education institutions or TVET colleges to support the innovation, the entrepreneurship, the lifelong learning, and the skills development for the country, and also for sustainability purposes. Also, despite the importance of TVET, there is a persistent disconnection between the institutionalized training programs that we are delivering, and probably this is due to the curriculum challenges. So moving on to the question, of course, there is a mismatch pertaining to the graduates that are released in the marketplace. Because this is witnessed by what? By the high unemployment rate. The youth unemployment is skyrocketing in Namibia, not only in Namibia, but also in our neighboring countries. So, obviously, there is a concern about the education that we are offering from the TVET side, aligning to the industry needs as well as the market itself. What are we really doing? Are we connecting with industry? Are we actually delivering programs that are required in the labor market or not? So obviously the skills mismatch and the shortage, it's an indication that there is either no enough professionals that we are producing for the labor market, or either our labor market is not producing the relevant jobs. So there is a need to interrogate this. I thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause. The same question goes to Mrs. de Klerk.
Good morning. Is it on?
The mic and someone to help us. So basically, we are saying, is it a myth or there's an exaggeration by the stakeholders, this skills gap mismatch?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, my co-workers. I'm actually from the CIF. We are with the committee that develops skills, look into skills, and audit it, and go back to the training centers in industrial and see how it matches with one another. So to answer the question, we did a survey in the past few months where about 35 construction companies was involved, and the survey confirms that there is a gap between trainings and industrial. It's real, but it's not a failure. It's about timing, technology, safety standards and automation changes faster. It's very faster than the curriculum is updated. So in our top skills demands in our industry, all these skills, electrical, process controllers, safety officers, technicians, instrumentation, do exist in the Namibian training framework. What we need is more practical exposure, more modern technology, integrate and faster curriculum updates. As Mr. Shirika said, education must speak to the industry, and CIF goal is to make that dialogue permanent, not occasionally. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. A round of applause. We have got Prof. Michael. He spoke at length on this. But let us contextualize it in this context, the way how the question was actually being presented to you. What will be your comment on the same question?
Yeah. If I connect to what you said, so the companies, the industry identify that there's a gap. The next step is that you close the gap. You have a solution for that. Yeah, you identify somewhere training providers who offer the skilled people you need. Yeah, so my question is why we are sending our young people there, and why we are not sending our teachers or trainers there to these other institutions. Yeah, when they are coming back from the other institutions and they have the right skills, so if they are able to offer it, then we should maybe send our trainers there for a short course, and then they can improve their training. If you have identified these, where you get this knowledge, what you need, then we should maybe send our trainers there, multipliers, and then they can implement it into their training. Because also what I said before, curriculum is also, it's like a plan for driving, yeah. But if you do an accident, it's not the problem of the plan, it's the problem of the driver, yeah. So we really have to focus on the trainers, yeah, and the equipment. That's the next point, the infrastructure. If you say technology, yeah. So for technology, you need the equipment to train. In business administration, it's different. You just need a computer, yeah. But in technology, you need the right equipment, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. I think a round of applause to him. You know, when we talk about equipment, in 2010, Botswana embarked on what was referred to as a revitalization of technical and vocational education. I was a member of that team. What came out is an issue of equipment, obsolete equipment in brigades and technical colleges. They were got the brigades and technical colleges. So we had to go right around all the brigades in Botswana and all the technical colleges. The equipment were outdated. Prof, I'm going to your point. Outdated equipment in training, institutions. Whilst we are looking at the expectations of the industry. So they are outdated. But now, what is key here is, in Botswana, there is a private sector, it has got also a footprint in the provision of technical and vocational education. That was a mistake also by the Republic, by the government. Because the focus, when you're looking at the revitalization, was only on public institutions. I don't know the situation in Namibia. One of the issues, I'm going to the second question, which was picked there, it was an element of duplication. You have got a brigade here and then 400 meters over another brigade offering more or less the same, the same trades. And one item which came from the new republic is saying there is need to have centers of excellence in terms of our what? In terms of the brigades. There is need for us to specialize. So specialization to some extent, maybe to they now close in terms of ensuring that these centers, they only focus on trades, a single trade. And you focus on a single trade, you've been able to push resources, to mobilize the resources, and ensure that your curriculum is in line with the expectations of what? Of the industry. So that is something that you may actually maybe to take home. Right now, the private sector, as I've said, it has got a footprint. I would want maybe Martha shall talk to that in terms of the registrar said they did the same exercise, but they also excluded the private sector. If you want curriculum to move, it doesn't move at a very cheaper, it's not cheap to continuously adjust what curriculum. Let me share with you something here. In Botswana, to register a certificate, whether a Tvet at certificate level, it is 25,000 program, 25,000 puller, one program. To register a diploma or to review and resubmit, that is 30,000, puller. And for a degree, it's 45,000. For a postgraduate diploma, it's 55,000. Master's, 60,000. A PhD program, 60,000 puller. To just do a review to a program and just take it back to the regulatory body to review it, that is the amount of money that you're supposed to pay. So I'm trying to say we need to align the curriculum with the industry needs, but it does not come cheap. You need to do, you are mentioning you need to do a lot of stakeholder engagements, but that entails money and time. Right. Now, the second question is, given the rate at which the industry evolves, is it really possible to continuously adjust the curriculum? Or we should just appreciate that there is a skills gap at a given point of time? Can we really say it's possible to close that skills gap, given the dynamic which I've just shared with on the supplier side? Suppliers are the institutions, and the demand side is the what? The industry. Can you just appreciate to say there is nothing called industry ready, or there is no skills gap? Is it possible, given that the industry evolves, the dynamics? If you talk about electrical, they change almost on monthly or so forth basis. Is it practical to continuously be reviewing the curriculum at that rate? Mother.
Okay, thank you. Let me take that one. Is it, okay, on. All right. From my view and also from my experience, reviewing the curriculum as often as possible to align to industry needs, I think it's possible because looking at the Namibian context and also comparing with the Botswana context where Dr. just explained that in Botswana you are required to pay for curriculum review, submission, and development. For Namibia is that the institutions are not required to pay for the curriculum review, submission, and development.
Okay.
However, for institutional accreditation, they are required. So it is possible, in fact, I think, to align the curriculum to the industry needs that are evolving. However, it will also depend on the availability of industry to assist the institutions of higher learning, because this requires commitment from all the stakeholders. The engagements need to take place, but I think it's possible to really even come up with other approaches to enhance a relevant curriculum in terms of maybe recognition of prior learning as well, or CBET, short courses certification, which was also mentioned, and also really apply maybe a 50-50 rule in terms of curriculum development instead of an 80-20 rule, where industry will also come forth to update together with the institutions of higher learning the curriculum. But I think it's possible. Thank you.
That's the position from NAST. Let us get it from the regulatory body to say, is it really, what is your comment on that, the same question?
We will never have a perfect match, one-to-one match between curriculum and workplace demands, and that's okay. What matters is responsiveness. If CIF data is used as a life skill dashboard, training institutes and can adjust more frequently, use short courses and moderations, learning the address immediately, then it can work. Prof. Sifishu made a critical point yesterday. The gap between VTC and university must close. CIF fully agrees. A learner from VTC should have a pathway to continue. And Ms. Fiona Anderson from AGRA emphasized yesterday, every sector has unique skills and gaps in agriculture, in construction, in mining. We were shared, what we shared is the need for faster and more flexible upskilled systems.
So in other words, you are saying it's possible. Prof, the floor is yours. What are your comments, your two ways to that?
Yeah, yes, yeah. Now is it? Yeah. I also say it's possible, and you can imagine already that I say the curriculum is not the problem. It is the place where learning happens. And because we talked about infrastructure, we have one occupation, it's called automotive automation technology. So, and this is an occupation where the infrastructure is very expensive. So you go into millions of investment. And there, in this field, a company is offering their equipment, which they are using for their own people, and offering this equipment to other companies, which are not able to finance that. And out of this development, they established a third learning place beside schools and companies, where the companies can send their people. So if you have really high investments, we have to think about double use, about share of use. And that's also something, for example, we are doing. We have our technology we are sharing with our Tvet school in Bremen. Yeah? And then we can use the same with our budget, we put it together. So there we have to think about, in the infrastructure topic, we have to think about new points. And then just a second idea. This morning somebody asked about CBET, is it right implemented? Yeah, and I said, there is no standard about CBET. Yeah, there's something like one idea which I'm missing. A basic idea of CBET is that you have self-directed learners. That's the basic idea of CBET. And self-directed learners should be supported by self-directed learning materials so that these students can learn and that the trainer has more time to concentrate on several problems, why the students are learning by themselves. This is a CBET idea. If you go into the centers, I don't see this material. Yeah. That is another point to empower learning. And who is responsible for developing these materials? The trainers themselves. And to be able to do that, they must be empowered. They need resources and support for that. Yeah. So there is something of CBET which is not yet fully implemented everywhere in Namibia. I've seen institutions which are using that, but mostly not. Yeah. I was also asking the Tvet principals, what's about these self-learning materials? And yeah, it was interesting, the answer. Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Klopas, this is Namibia Tvet conference number what? Number 3. And there are more to come, isn't it? The next one, it will be at the national level. Right now, obviously this gap of, this issue of skills gap was discussed in conference number 1, isn't it? It also featured in conference number 2. It is featuring in conference number 3. Right now, to my panelists. In a practical manner, what is it that's supposed to be done so that we close or the engagement or the collaboration between the curriculum, which is from the institution, and the expectations from the industry? In a practical manner, from the development, the offering, and the assessment. In a practical manner, what is it that you can propose that is really supposed to be done? So that at least when we meet, I also wish to be invited to the 4th one. When we meet at the 4th conference, we won't spend a lot of time talking about this gap. In a practical manner, what is it that can be done? I know you touched on one or four, but let's just address it the way how actually the question has been coined here, Mother.
I think, from my view, in a practical manner, how this can be achieved, I hope I'm audible. Okay. I think I'll repeat what I have said before. We start, or what was said before by the previous speakers, partnership. it's very important to start with the curriculum first, yeah? To engage and also to involve industry in the development of the. And then with regards to assessment also, they should be fully engaged as well in terms of developing the assessment tools and also in terms of administering the assessment as well. We should not only have trainers or lecturers for TVET from theoretical point of view, but also engage industry experts to be lecturers as well, so that they can show us the practical way how to assess, how to have a practical curriculum that will work for them as industry, for the skills that are required for the country.
Okay.
I think maybe just to add a little bit, I heard about the dual training, also the simulation. Those are aspects that we can consider when we want practical in. I submit.
Okay, that's a submission.
Yes.
You know, whilst we are preparing to respond to that, one of the members here could ask to say, why is that not being done? If we are proposing this triple P, is it not remaining being a desired alternative? So practically, what is it that should be done? Even in Botswana, the Tvet, they also, involve or invite the industry to come to the table, forth to the table, for the development, for the running, and also for assessment. But still there is a gap. So that is what we are proposing. But I like the point of the simulation. We spoke at length when we were just seated there. I said, no, some simulations, yes, where resources are not really available. It is a very good, alternative. Yes, Mrs. de Klerk.
I totally agree with her. I think we need to involve our industry, but not only at the end, but from the curriculum. That is a very, it's a low cost, and we can get communities that can part together and do the decisions from there. And then the assessment, I totally agree. You need practical people in the industry that's outside there that can assist and help evaluate these people and make sure that they can do the job at the end of the day.
Thank you so much for that. Someone spoke also about the registration of, licensing. I don't know who made reference to that. So there is licensing. Someone spoke to that. I think maybe our facilitators, they also need to be, to be accredited for them to participate in what? In Tvet. Over and out, to augment even the involvement of the industry in terms of the curriculum development, the running of it, and also the assessment. Right, Prof, to you.
Yeah.
We want a practical way. You have said quite a lot. You have even shared the publication.
Yeah.
We're going to read it. But in
Yeah,
a
but
practical
the publication
way, what is
is
it
no
that can be done?
solution. There's no solution. There's just an analyze. And not to repeat the different options, a point where what we have not talked about. This one analyze from UK, this colleague, she came clearly to the fact that the problem in UK is it was all voluntary. The offers to the companies was all voluntary. Besides the other problems, the resources and so, but the problem, and they said the solution has to be to put them into a legal framework so that they have to train their own people. It's for their own interest, yeah. To put it into a legal framework, they said in UK that would be the solution. Yeah. So if I think about this dual system means that the companies have a duty to train. They are in a legal framework. That is the characteristic of a dual system. And if I think about Brazil, for example, and that is my last point, and Brazil is a law that every company which has a position where skilled people are working, that they have to train people to fill up this position. So they also in Brazil, they have a law to train the people. And the old government in Brazil, they were not caring about this law, so the percentage was very low of training of the companies. But with Lula, with the new government, they are now really strong pushing this law, and that is the point. It's the same with the levy. The levy is not nice because the company has to pay, but on the other side, this brings resources into the system. Yeah, so maybe if we think about the case of UK, Brazil, and also Germany, that there's a kind of legal framework necessary, which make it compulsory and not voluntary.
Wow, thank you so much. Colleagues, I think we have heard quite a lot in terms of what is it that can be done in terms of trying to make sure that our curriculum is aligned to the industry needs. We'll keep on dialoguing on this, but I appreciate the Tvet policy of 2005. It is talking to the reintroduction of the internship. And that is one of the other items that we can actually make use of, to ensure that there is, there is an alignment between our curriculum and the industry expectations. I'm aware, yes, the 2005 were then now revised. There is a 2021. This document, I read it. This is the 2021, the abridged version of the 2021 Tvet policy. Well done for having this. This is a milestone. In Botswana, there is no Tvet policy at national level. What is going to come up, it is going to come up this month, that is October. That will be the first Botswana Tvet policy. And in your case, we have already reviewed or revised it in 2021. I don't know whether there was something prior to 2005. But what I've picked, what we discussed here, there are also some more efforts to be done, isn't it? Strategies being advised by this policy. So it's a clarion call, I think, for us, or to ensure that at least we do our something, no matter how big it is, to ensure that we close this gap. Right. Through the Master of Ceremonies, I will then now open this to the audience so that we can have at most 4 questions. There may be questions, it could be some additions, it could be some contributions. So the Master of Ceremonies will assist you on that regard.
I see a lot of hands. My mic, oh, it's working. Okay, where do I start? Inky, pinky, ponky. Front row it is.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be brief. I don't have a question, maybe just a contribution. So we have a proper constellation in Namibia in terms of industry involvement and participation. So if you look at it, there's from a P perspective, when it comes to development of standards and qualifications, it's actually done by industry through the technical working groups. Those are industry experts. Yes, the process is coordinated by NTA, but effectively there's industry involvement. Then you have the industry skills committees as well. These are, professionals from industry serving on those 10 industry skills committees at the NTA, covering the main sectors of the economy. So that's another mechanism that's in place to ensure industry participation, and the standards qualifications go through the ISCs for recommendation then to the Standards Council, and then finally to the NQA for registration on the qualifications framework. We're still missing something, unfortunately, because the topic of underpreparedness keeps popping up from the perspective of industry. So the question is, where are we going wrong? And I think there are lots of considerations, but it's primarily about, I think, with the reintroduction, for example, of the apprenticeship training program in 2018-19, that's supposed to be a game changer for us as a country, because then you are sure that even if there are changes and developments in industry, employers are at liberty to augment the curriculum. They don't have to stick strictly to what's there. They know at the end of the day the assessments will be based on the standards, but they can always augment, and that's what they're doing. Yet, to date, we only have about 125 employers participating. And so then what comes into play is this whole thing about regulation and over-regulation often, where it's just too bureaucratic for the employers, and so they don't want to participate. There are a lot of employers participating, so they're willing to bite the bullet because they know what benefits they can derive, but a lot of employers are simply not interested. And so the idea is also that over time we need to find ways to streamline our processes and our procedures to make it easier to entice, industry to participate and to be part of this triple P that we want to establish. Generally also, when we think about it, in Namibia, it's about culture and mindset. So when you go to Germany, it's the SMEs that really play a critical role in the skills development process. We have in excess of 40,000 SMEs in Namibia. If you ask me today how many of them have actually apprentices in training, probably less than 5. So if you have 40,000 SMEs and each of them have one apprentice in training, you're already making, a significant dent in terms of responding to the needs of industry. And ultimately, it's also about, so going back to your question, with institutional-based training, I think the closest we'll ever get to meeting industry expectations is around 70 to 80%. That 20-30% gap, because it's a moving target, you'll never be able to breach that. Even if your trainees consistently go for 3 or 6 months in industrial attachment, there will always be a little gap. Similarly, when you flip the coin and you look at apprenticeship training, that scenario takes you to at least a 90-10% ratio, where 90% of the time you would meet industry expectations. But as things develop, there will always also be that gap. And so we need to find creative ways. As I said, going forward, I hope there will be a bigger uptake of the apprenticeship training model also, obviously in partnership with our training institutions, to help meet industry expectations. But the goalposts keep shifting, and standards qualifications development. So here's our challenge when I talk about regulation and over-regulation. When you develop a new set of standards and qualifications, I can understand when you go to NQA, yes, these are all the boxes you need to tick, including national stakeholder consultations. But when you review and update a qualification, which could be after 12 months or 24 months, why should you have to go through the entire process all over again? Can we streamline that process? Because if you then, because of new developments and introduction of or infusion of new technologies in industry, if you have an engagement with industry and can then thereafter go back to NQA and say, we now need to submit the revised standards and qualifications, there shouldn't be a need for them to tick all those boxes all over again. So I'm telling you, at the end of the day, regulation and regulatory frameworks and processes and people get in the way. And I'll tell you, there's the notion of positional power. I'll tell you what we experience every day. Our interpretation of rules and regulations differ. And the person who's sitting there and who must approve and sign, that person holds the power. Yeah. And you can do whatever you want to. You need to satisfy depending on that person's interpretation of the rules. Thank you.
Let us have the second question. There is always wisdom in that type of PhD. I think, thank you so much for that. We'll move on to the second question.
Good morning.
Morning.
I think I'm not going to ask a question. I wanted to add an input. My observation from yesterday up to today is that do we have a representative among us at this moment from the Ministry of Education? He was just here for a few minutes and he left. Okay. Do we have a representative from the NCRST? We don't.
If they are here, let them show by raising up there.
Yes, that would help. The main reason I'm saying this, or I'm asking for those delegates, is because I notice, especially in the context of partnerships, there is too much gap. The universities or the institutions can just do that much. But if the government is not involved, we can only discuss matters here and they die here. There's a lot that the entire nation can learn from the research that has been, or the research studies that have been conducted by multiple academics out there, be it in Tvet or any other area. But then, because these are studies we conduct for qualifications, I love what Ms. Klute presented, but it is only substance if the nation can adopt it. We are more willing to adopt things from abroad than things when we have solutions right here on the ground. But why? Because we are not there. When I saw the Commission on Research, the NCRST, I was like, yes, now there's going to be a link, an appropriate link between academics and government. I don't see that happening. The institution is there, the commission is there. We are creating frameworks, we are creating models that would be effectively adopted by any other country in the world. But the gap to get these models and frameworks to the appropriate authorities, I think that gap is our biggest problem. If we can resolve the gap between the universities or the institutions and the government and then down to the public, this hierarchical confusion here or these hierarchical spaces, if we bridge them, I can confidently say Tvet will help serve the purpose that we want it to serve. Until then, we will just caucus as this, share ideas. Those who adopt them will adopt them. Those who keep will wrap them under our mats. The subject is done. So I think in our next conference of this nature, the ministry must be here throughout. The commission should be here throughout. And those that I may have forgotten, I think, yesterday I almost asked it from the team that was here. There was a discussion that we had towards the end. I almost asked it, is there a way for that team of experts, so to say, in the Tvet areas outside of the academic industry, is there a way they can come into the industries and tell that no, this skill that you are graduating or training people into at this moment, we don't need it. What we need is that. But then, I don't know why I pulled back. I wanted to ask that question. But then, the partnerships, is what can fix all these discussions that we have. They are quite relevant, but there's a gap. How are the things that we are discussing here going to get to the minister's office? How does it get down to the public? Who is the middle person? We fix that, Tvet becomes more relevant. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let us have two more, and then we will give it to the panelists.
Okay, I'll talk within a context and
Yes.
the problems we are discussing. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Luis Durango. I'm team leader for the EU project working with NTA Green Hydrogen Program and GIZ to develop and implement training for green hydrogen to train Namibians under the EU. And,
Is he audible enough? I think you may raise.
Hello? Oh.
Better.
I said I'm Luis Durango, team leader for EU project, which is coordinating training for the green energy sector, particularly green hydrogen, working with, it's an NTA project. We're supporting NTA, but we work closely in collaboration with GIZ, Tvet, Jerry, and Green Hydrogen Program. So we have NTA, we have a real partnership which we established, and we make decisions together. What we have discovered, what I wanted to say is the problem we are talking about. I was part of the team which established the NTA starting 2003 to 2010. Yeah, we're based here full time. It was also an EU project for 7 years. These problems were identified. We identified them in 2003. The curriculum, I don't know, the concept of curriculum is not a document. We can write whatever we want, you can throw it away, it's not a document. The real curriculum is what happens. I think the pedagogics say no. The document is not the curriculum is actually what happened in the training environment, what is happening there. We can write anything. Now, if we develop, like now, you want to develop a curriculum, we want to develop, for instance, a curriculum for hydrogen safety, and so on, whatever area. It's the instructors, it's the manager, it's the institutions. The people who are developing the curriculum, are they experts? Don't assume, I've worked in many countries, also in Zimbabwe, my country. Don't assume everyone from industry who comes to the curriculum workshop is an expert. We've discovered that they're not. Don't assume they're experts. You will see someone, I say, I'm coming from Toyota, I'm an expert in auto. Never. They also came through the same training system. They are just like so I think it's the capacity of the people we need to build. They are the curriculum. My colleague, we know each other. I also did some postgraduate diploma at Bremen University sometime. He knows. In Germany, at the institution, I went through the dual system. Noise, the master at the industry or in the workshop, he never looked at the curriculum document. If you are an expert, you know your area. You don't need to read the document for you to train me how to repair a car. The car is there, we fix it. Do you need the curriculum to say, I told them wrongly how to repair a car because the curriculum is outdated? It's people who are outdated, not the curriculum. Thank you.
Okay. There we go. We are talking about outdated curriculum. Now it said, it's not outdated curriculum, but it's facilitators who are outdated. An interesting one. The last one, let us have one last comment.
Okay, thank you.
Before we respond to...
Mine is also
Yeah.
more contribution than a question.
Okay.
I concur with the sentiments of Prof there on the stage to say one of the methods that we can use to close the gaps is to attach the trainers to the industry. But I think earlier in the year, there was a pilot that was conducted, I think by GIZ. I was just hoping, Mr. Shindi, if you could probably shed more light on what was the outcome of that pilot. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a burning hand here.
Okay. I think
That will
we're
be the
going to
last
take
one.
just one last question because we're running out of time and we have to go to our second panel discussion for the day.
Okay, thank you very much. I have listened to the presenters, to the panelists, and of course not only them, but as well as it appeared as well in some of the policies that you will notice that there is always a say youth unemployment, Tvet. So I think we need to clear this out. I want to pose the question to the panelists. Given our current economic structure and limited job creations in both private and public sectors, is it fair to attribute the high youth unemployment rate mainly to the VTCs? That is the question. Or should the focus be mainly on broader economic factors and systematic challenges that limit opportunities for skilled graduates? Because when we talk of youth unemployment, will it be right to blame that rate on VTCs? Or are we opening that argument to say it is the economic factors and the systematic challenges thereof that limit the skilled graduate? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Actually, you've just reminded me of, there was the Botswana Economic Transformation Strategy. You know, the House Charter of the education sector spoke at length about the contribution of Tvet to the revitalization of the Botswana economy. I'm not responding to your question, they shall respond. Thank you so much for those questions and contributions. So in no any particular order, I'm giving them to the panelists. The first one is talking about the employers. There is a need to augment the employers to augment on the development of the curriculum. Also spoke of I think this one needs to be responded to say, yes, you are talking about the industry coming through. The last question you said they need to be involved in the curriculum development, the offerings as well as what? The assessment. But the question is coming to say is there are some obstacles in the engagement or the involvement of the industry in participating in this. 2011, Botswana also did the revitalization of curriculum, Tvet, revitalization. But that project failed because the industry did not participate. They said, you are involved, but we are not involved. You get that? Get me clearly? They said, we are involved, but we are not what? Involved. So they could not even participate in giving the consultant the information that was needed. And it was an EU-funded project. But then it collapsed. It could not, because of the obstacles. Let's respond to that. Do we have really the obstacles in the involvement of this triple P as it relates to the curriculum development and the industry needs to close it? Anyone can pick? Mother, you want to start?
Let me start on that one, and I think it's a very valid question from Mr. Bekes. Where are we going wrong? And you have explained that you have involved industry, even from skills audit and so on. So from my perspective, I think we need to do more. Yeah, we need to do more and we need to incentivize and really put regulations that can assist or support in bridging this gap. Yes, I tend to agree that maybe we cannot achieve 100%, but I think it's possible that we can do more in terms of involving industry and also not ignore the aspect of work integrated learning, because that is also at the heart of getting feedback from industry through our students that we are placing, and also talking to the mentors and involving these mentors to be part of the skills that you need to develop to have the industry get skills that they would require. And of course, I tend to agree that the regulations and the framework are not sufficiently probably providing support, maybe in terms of really establishing a framework for the partnership that must be driven from the government arms and also involve everyone so that we can achieve what we want to achieve in closing the gap that continue to persist. Yes, I think that is my take on that question, and maybe the other panelists can add on that, and then I will come back.
Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Let us try to be brief in our response because of to manage our time. Mrs. de Klerk, you want to respond? We are saying there are some obstacles in involvement of the industry, and also he raised a point to say there is nothing referred to as a 100% industry-ready graduate. He mentioned some issues of 70 to 80%. Internship, he placed it at 95%. Maybe you may respond to that.
So the industry is involved in, for example, skill forecast, they are involved in the skill council, they are involved in curriculum development. A system has 3 levels. We have this macro level on the system level nationwide, then we have the meso level, the institution, the school, the company, and then we have the micro level, the learning, the training. Yeah. So the system is very good integrated on the, or not very good, but it's integrated on the macro level, on the top macro level. And when CBET was developed at the beginning in the US, it was a teacher program. So they developed programs for learning, and then also they defined output. From Canada, it was DACOM is develop a curriculum, not develop an output, develop a curriculum. When the idea came to UK, they throw the learning out. The first programs have no duration. They were not saying how long you need to get these skills. So they throw the learning out, they only focus on output. And then they thought, but if we throw learning out, learning at the workplace, learning at the school, we need a solution because we throw the most important thing out. And this solution, which was on the micro level, they put on the macro level. They said, we have a solution if we involve the industry on the macro level in curriculum, skills development, and things like that. But the macro level cannot produce quality on the micro level. The macro level cannot produce cooperation, cannot solve the cooperation. The only thing which would have been necessary, I'm finished in 1 minute, the only one thing, if they have, as I said, implemented a compulsory cooperation on the macro level, then they would have solved the problem on all levels. But that is what they haven't done. They made it compulsory. And therefore the focus, and that is the bias, the mistake in the CBET system, which can be solved. Yeah? But, and this mistake was produced all over the world in all countries. And therefore all countries, as I showed, has the same problem, yeah, using the CBET system.
Okay, thank you so much. Mrs. de Klerk, I wanted to check this one. They say there is we may actually comment to it, but it was made reference to say the government representatives usually, they only come for the opening, what is it? For the opening ceremonies, and then they get the good goodies, and then they go. And then they won't be there throughout, and then they'll come again on the, closing. But now, when you're talking about the policy issues, those are the policymakers. Whatever we're discussing here, policymakers is not only about opening the discussions to the dialogues of the policy, but it's supposed to be being there throughout, isn't it? And getting it there, instead of only getting it through reports. So I think this one is just now, for the political will is important. In Botswana, starting 2 months ago, they established the office of the Deputy Permanent Secretary for Tvet. It was never there. That is how deliberate the president is in terms of appreciating Tvet. I said he raised the allowance from 3,000 to 1,800, just like other programs. Now he established a department of, the position of what? The Deputy Permanent Secretary for Tvet. The Department for Skills Development was there. But at that level, there is that driving force, which is important. Otherwise, if it is not there at that level, we end up, apologies, we end up having, at the departmental level, we may have those whom we refer to as gatekeepers. You know the gatekeepers. Gatekeepers sometimes really they are the obstacles to change. At directorate level, departmental level. I hope I'm safe by mentioning that. But usually that is where we have got some challenges. So at political level, if the political will is there, then we can actually change at this other level. I don't know, you want to talk to that or it's fine? Now, this one is about the curriculum in terms of our curriculum is not, if you've got a program which is there is no need for you to be in front of the students, for you to teach that what you know is obsolete, isn't it? That's what he said. To say it's about the facilitator. It's about the environment, the training environment. It's about the provision of what? Of resources towards the facilitation of what? So there is nothing wrong, there's nothing referred to, I'm just quoting using his words, to say there's nothing referred to as the outdated curriculum. I don't know if one of you want to make a comment to that. Any, you can pick some comments, one or two.
I think he's right to say there can be the teacher or the instructor skills are lacking, yeah, and perhaps also the curriculum could not be outdated. But if we have curriculums that are serving for more than 5 years or for 5 years, and what happens, we are living in a world where change is constant, and we have technological developments due to the industrial revolutions. So there are two sides of the coin, but I think both play a role. The curriculum as well as the instructor, they should be aligned, they should be updated constantly. Thank you.
Thank you. There you go. That there is to look at both sides. It's the challenge from both sides. The last one, Madam MC, the last one is on the current economic structures.
Is that the last one?
Yes.
We're running out of time.
Thank you. This one is said, unemployment, youth unemployment. Can we say it is the education suppliers, that is ourselves, isn't it, who are contributing to the 50% youth unemployment in Namibia? Is it only because of the education side, or it is the, I will talk now as an economist, or it is the macroeconomic situation in the country? Are we there to be 100% blamed on the 50% youth unemployment? You talk of the youth unemployment 50%, but of interest, if we are the education suppliers, we need to talk about the educated youth unemployment. I do believe I just checked, maybe it could be around 35%. Now you've educated them, they are unemployed. But are you responsible for lack of the industry for the educated youth for them to be employed? That's the question, isn't it? Yes. Any taker? From the panel, if you can pick it and then you can comment, then it will be done. Yes.
Well, I would want to think that this issue has to do with the structure of the national economy. If you have an economy that does not absorb the graduates from the system, if you have an economy that does not also dictate what is it that you want, when you say, give me 35,000 Tvet graduates, what type of graduates in Tvet do you want? How many motor mechanics do you want? How many builders do you want? That is what the economy has to tell us. Now, we are told, give us 35,000. Of course, they will produce 35,000. But out of the 35,000, 20,000 are clothing production. Is that what the economy needs? No. So whose mistake is it? You tell me what to give you, I give you the number. You don't tell me how many of what do you want from me. So it's a macroeconomic issue. It's got nothing to do with the institutions.
I think this one, it needs a pizza of its own. I can see a number of questions. Unemployment. Let me just end there. I'll take you as the last one. Otherwise,
No. I think
I'm now stepping on.
We need to call it quits.
Okay.
We're running out of time.
Thank you so much. Before I leave the platform and before I actually even also thank my team here, I want to leave you with a model called CSS. CSS, we have shared a lot of things. It's CSS. C, there are things that you are doing right within our Tvet sector. Let us continue doing them. We are aware of them. They are there in our blueprints. We say we have got solid and robust blueprints. Why? I think we do a lot of benchmarking. That's the reason why we come up with these very solid policies. That is the C. And then the S, first S, there are things that we know very well that these we are supposed to stop. And they are there. You know them, that these we are supposed to what? To stop. We have a list of those that we think we are supposed to stop within the Tvet subsector. The last S, there are things that but there is a correlation between continue and stop. You need to get it right, isn't it? It's an exercise on its own. The last S, there are things that you know really that you've not been doing. But I know that they are what? They are good. We are supposed to do them. Start doing them. Having said that, let me appreciate my panelists, as I shall also be appreciated by the MC. Thank you so much. Wonderful.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Oscar. Thank you, panelists. While they are busy with a political photo, I would like to call upon our next speaker, Dr. Frederick Simasiku, who will be presenting on sharing global expertise to raise the quality and competitiveness of Tvet systems. Dr. Simasiku, are you in the room? Dr. Simasiku is a coordinator at UNAM under the Postgraduate Support Training Center of Research Services. Can we give him a round of applause as he graces us with his presence on stage? You can use this one. I think you can use that mic.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have the PowerPoint?
Yeah, it's working.
Good afternoon, everyone. As introduced, my name is Dr. Frederick Simasiku, and I'm an Education for Sustainable Development specialist. I work at the intersection of Education for Sustainable Development, focusing on how learning systems can drive social, economic, and environmental sustainability. Although my primary expertise is not in Tvet, I recognize the critical role that Tvet plays in promoting sustainable livelihood and innovation, which makes this sector highly relevant to my work. As indicated from the University of Namibia, Division for Research, Innovation and Development. What I'm going to present here is part of a broader study that, do I have the... All right, just to clear some issues, the University of Namibia, this presentation is based on a broader study that involves the German Academic Exchange Service as well as the Technical University of Berlin. What I would like to say is that the contextual background is that technical and vocational education is the backbone of skills development and the foundation for inclusive, resilient, and competitive economies. That's according to UNESCO. Global economies are transforming rapidly, as we observed the past 2 days, under digitization, automation, and the green transition, Tvet systems must adapt to remain competitive and relevant to this changing state of affairs. And moving on, so I'd just like to focus on the research focus of this broader study. This presentation builds on an extensive research investigating how quality and relevant Tvet systems can contribute to the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals in the Global South through innovation. Research question for the study was, how can quality and relevant technical and vocational education and training systems in the Global South be strengthened through innovation and global expertise to contribute effectively to the attainment of the SDGs, guided by 3 objectives: to identify innovative approaches and best practices from global Tvet systems that can enhance competitiveness and quality in the Global South. Objective number 2, to explore the role of international collaboration and knowledge exchange in improving Tvet delivery and innovation. And the last objective was to develop actionable insights and policy recommendations for aligning Tvet systems with the SDG targets through innovation and global partnership. Just a brief overview of what we are going to go through this presentation. We begin with a global landscape of where the world of work and skills is heading towards. Lessons from the best. We'll take a few examples of what we can learn from global leaders in Tvet. And then we'll look at the Namibian opportunity. How do we turn our challenges into advantages? And then we'll propose a framework for action. What concrete steps can we take in this regard? Therefore, I would like to frame the conceptualization of this study. Framing the inquiry, it uses a reflective, evidence-based methodology to interpret global Tvet practices. And going into details, a reflective, evidence-based methodology combines critical reflection on experience with systematic use of empirical evidence to produce credible and contextually grounded insight. And it emphasizes both thinking critically about practice, in this case Tvet, and basing conclusions on reliable data, secondary data though, and ensuring research rigorous, relevant, and responsive to real-world context. This is what we want to do. We want to solve the real problem that we experience in Tvet. By synthesizing insights across disciplines with a clear philosophical boundaries, we build knowledge from intersection of theory, practice, and context. Going forward, just to give an overview of what framed this study. Research paradigm, I of course worked in the pragmatism paradigm, which entails integrating theory and practice to generate actionable insights for Tvet reform. And then the ontological position was underlabored by critical realism, which assumes that Tvet systems exist as complex, interrelated structures that can be objectively studied and compared. And then the epistemological orientation was a constructivist epistemology, which based its argument on knowledge derived from synthesizing diverse global experiences and contextual realities. We can see different happenings in Tvet in different national systems, and we can compare them. And then underpinned by the theoretical foundation of human capital theory, those from economics and economy, which basically states that education and training enhance national productivity and competitiveness. Looking at systems theory as well, it aligned the study. Tvet functions as an interconnected system linking policy, institutions, industry, and students, of course, the stakeholders. I just want to go through the steps that was undertaken with regards to methodology. This was the evidence-based synthesis on Tvet review and strategy development to try to solve the problem of our context, looking at different areas. We looked at, maybe I face this way. We look at the process overview, global data sourcing, specific data was UNESCO data, International Labour Organization, and OECD. Benchmarking 7 leading Tvet nations. Don't ask me how we selected the 7. Comparative analysis involved review of 2019 to 2024 Tvet systems, which involved developing the protocol. Identify strengths, gaps, and trends. And then the semantic synthesis was our focus, was to look at extract patterns of success, highlight lessons learned, and actionable strategies is, of course, to develop Namibia-specific recommendations, inform policy, and reform initiatives as the basic start. What is a quality and competitive TVET system? This was the first question that we had to answer. Quality TVET system entails a system that provides relevant, high standard, and competency-based training aligned with industry and societal needs. Point number one. And then key features of such a system, of such a quality system, involves curriculum relevance and strong industry linkages, qualified trainers and modern training infrastructure, measurable outcomes such as employability, productivity, and lifelong learning. With a quote, quality TVET ensures learners acquire skills that are current, practical, and transferable. Going on to the competitiveness aspect of a TVET system, which means it's a system that can compete globally. This is what we want to achieve by producing adaptable graduates and responding effectively to economic and technological change. The key features of such a competitive system involves global alignment with emerging sectors and digital transformation, strong performance benchmarking, and continuous improvement culture, and attracts partnership, investment, and recognition for excellence. This is according to the African Union. And competitiveness in TVET lies in the nation's ability to equip its workforce with future-ready skills, according to the World Economic Forum. Therefore, we have to look at what is this system of TVET we are looking at. Where does it start? In different national contexts, of course. Where does it start? We have learned that from the base here, the foundation lower secondary level, which is the goal of career awareness and basic skills, introductory courses in technology and digital literacy. And then at the upper secondary, TVET tend to focus on skill specialization and workforce entry. The primary start for formal apprenticeship, for example, the German dual system, according to the Federal Institute of Vocational Education and Training. And when at the advanced level, post-secondary and tertiary, many TVET systems tend to focus on high-level expertise and lifelong learning, advanced diplomas and degrees for adult retraining, according to the International Labour Organization. Therefore, what we had to do was why TVET quality and competitiveness matter? Because TVET links education to employability and productivity, enhances competitiveness through skilled human capital, and key to achieving Sustainable Development Goal 4, which is based on quality education for all, and decent work, SDG 8, and SDG 9 specifically focuses on innovation and industry. So TVET has got a key factor to play in all these aspects. And then the virtuous circle, there are other advantages of TVET as well. This was also described on the previous slide, but what I have to focus on is on the other side. Strategic investment in quality TVET leads to development of a skilled and adaptable workforce, enhanced innovation, productivity, and employability, sustained economic growth, and global competitiveness. As well, that leads to continuous reinvestment in TVET and skills development. Now, the global TVET revolution, 3 transformative shifts that the data revealed that was examined using this methodology were the 3. Number 1, we saw from the data that TVET is moving from traditional training to lifelong learning. This was across all the systems that were under investigation. And then characterized by continuous upskilling for evolving job markets, we've had micro-credentials and modular programs, learning across all life stages, lifelong process. And then the second shift is from academic isolation to industry integration. This was revealed in the data, tending to co-design curricula with employers, work-integrated learning as standard, private sector investment in training, which is in agreement with the International Labour Organization. And then the last one, the evolving nature, is from basic skills to future-ready competencies. Digital fluency is one of them, AI, data literacy, cybersecurity, green expertise, very critical, which involves sustainability, circular economy, and then innovation mindset consisting of creativity, entrepreneurship. These are future skills. Therefore, we reviewed on the data, and we had to figure out the 7 systems that were greatly aligned to what we were looking for. And best practice number 1 involves Germany and Finland. Dual training systems, they are both similar but different in a way, because the German dual system is mainly dictated by industry, by companies. And the Finnish one is through the school, the education system, with part work in the industry as well. Therefore, we developed a concept map which conceptualized the system of dual reality. So we have an example here of the dual system in Germany, consisting of company, vocational schools, teachers' theoretical knowledge, the schools, teachers' practical and hands-on experience, which is the company, and then combine to create a well-qualified professional. And it leads to industry-led apprenticeship, driving skills and competitiveness. With the figures, we rounded off to close to 70%, because the dual vocational training system, there's about 70% in the workplace, 30% in school. Key features: industry-defined standards, ensure relevance to labor market needs. And then the outcomes: low youth unemployment and strong technical competency of the graduates that leave this system. Key insights will be close collaboration between education and industry creates a dynamic, adaptable skills ecosystem. We move over to the Finnish system, which I explained earlier.
Dr. Simasiku, sorry, you have about 5 minutes left.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Yes.
All right, I will not go into this. This is similar to the dual one, but it's mainly done by the schools are in charge, with a system foundation from the Ministry of Education and Finnish national system. What I would like to share on is, we've also looked at the Singapore example, which consists of lifelong learning, and the government seems to own the skills in this system. We move over to, we also designed one for Canada and Australia, the Commonwealth, which are similar, focusing on national qualification framework. These have also similar characteristics. They tend to focus on mobility of a highly trained staff to address the labor issues in Australia and in Canada as well. Then we also focused on, this is just an example of concept map we developed for that. We also looked at South Korea, the Meister. I don't know, because we came up with data for the Meister also in Germany, but these are Meister schools. I'm speaking under correction. Maybe we can be advised here to see what Meister school. But the main focus of the Korean system was that they tended to elevate technical and vocational education to a specialized school with high-tech industries, so to uplift its status. We also looked at a very close example, best practice, Rwanda, which is in sub-Saharan Africa, which was the main focus of our study. We've noticed that the Rwanda Tvet reform, which started early in 2008, tries to focus on industrialization of Rwanda. One key feature is ambitious. It's ambitious, centralized reform for economic transformation, which is competence-based education, CBET, integrated nationally, rapid the outcome is a rapid modernization directly tied to becoming a knowledge-based economy. So they believe that Tvet can be the engine for rapid national development when centrally prioritized. This is just a concept map that demonstrates the delivery system of the Rwanda Tvet system. And then what we also had to look, we looked at each and every different ways with a focus to tend to inform what we can do with all this data and findings. And then we came across to Tvet and skills development in the National Development Plan for Namibia. We tend to focus on the theme on human development and community resilience, and we believe Tvet can have a greater impact on this. And because Tvet is a key part of the solution to weak growth, poverty and youth unemployment, and NDP 6 calls for reforms in governance, quality, access, and innovation in terms of funding too. And skills development must align with emerging industries. For example, green hydrogen has been discussed, oil and gas, irrigation, and agriculture for Namibia. Therefore, we wanted to develop a strategic framework for Namibia, building a world-class TVET system, which consists of the basically strong policy, we soon in other national system, sustainable funding, robust quality assurance, and moving on further, industry-led innovations, as well as the goal should be on competitive and sustainable economy and employable graduates. I will just rush over. Quality is never an accident. It is always the result of intelligent effort that we all have to put together. Therefore, I will conclude. Yes, I will conclude with a call to action, reimagining TVET as the engine for Namibia's sustainable future, linking skills to climate smart and inclusive growth. Invest strategically in educators, infrastructure, and innovation hubs to modernize training delivery, as we've seen in other national systems. Act together as institutions, industry, and government to make NDP 6 vision reality. And I live with the words of Nelson Mandela: education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. That was according to Nelson Mandela. And having said that, although I was rushed, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Simasiko. I don't know whether to say great minds think alike or what do they say, because I had the similar quote by Nelson Mandela. But what I did, I paired it with TVET, where I said what he meant by the weapon is that TVET is not the weapon, but it's only sharpened with growth, innovation, and partnerships. Thank you for the very detailed presentation.
Thank you.
For the sake of time, ladies and gentlemen, we will only take 2 questions. I repeat, 2. 1, 2. That's all, because we don't have time. So do we have any questions, comments, additions for Dr. Simasiko? Going once. I see a hand somewhere here. Oh, going twice.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Simasiko. Next up, we have Ms. Eunice Owino. She will be presenting on the dual TVET program, lessons from the collaboration of GIZ and Kenya. Ms. Eunice Owino, she will be presenting online, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Okay. Ms. Eunice, can you hear us? I see she's online. Ms. Eunice is a PhD candidate at Mount Kenya University. Ms. Eunice, can you hear us? I think you are muted. Ah, there we go. Can you hear us? I think your mic is muted. Clearly, innovation and TVET are not related, or technology and TVET are not related. Good afternoon, Ms. Eunice. We can see you, but I think your mic is muted. So please unmute yourself. Yes. Or is it on our side? Tech team, is it on our side? But she's speaking. On her side. No, this one is ours. Is she? Ms. Eunice, can you try to unmute yourself? Yes, you are muted. Because we can see you speaking, but we can't hear you. She's still muted. Technology. Yes, that's what I'm trying to do. Ms. Eunice, from this side, we can see that your mic is muted. If you can hear us, can you unmute yourself? I think now she left the meeting. Let's wait for a few minutes. Perhaps she's going to rejoin. Oh, sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the technical issues, we're moving on to the next item on our agenda, which is the panel discussion right before we head out for lunch. So we will move Ms. Yuna's presentation to the first one right after lunch. Allow me to welcome our moderator, Mr. Alphys Shindi, who will be moderating the panel discussion on sorry for that. Public and private partnerships in Namibia. Operationalize. Really. Mr. Alphys Shindi, can I please have you on stage? As he still makes his way to the stage, let me just give you a brief introduction of our moderator. Mr. Shindi holds a master's in business administration from Zimbabwe Open University, a full technology certificate in electrical power engineering from City and Glides of London, a certificate in telecommunications from City and Glides of London. So much London. Sorry? City and Guilds. Okay, Guilds. Okay. City and Guilds of London. Apologies for that. And several certificates in assessment and moderation from South Africa. He is an accredited DACUM facilitator and facilitator trainer from Ohio State University in the United States of America. He has regional and international experience including Botswana, Malawi, Uganda, Nigeria, Liberia, Ghana, Kenya, and Egypt. He has also worked in the Gulf, including Kuwait of the United Arab Emirates. Finally, he has also worked in Pakistan, Afghanistan, participating in the Tvet reform and enforcement. Wow, all I can say. Welcome, Mr. Shindi. With him, let me also call upon our panelists, Dr. Christofina Junias. She is a lecturer in the technical and vocational education training Department of the Namibia University of Science and Technology. We have Mr. Ralph Bussel, I hope I pronounced that right, Chief Executive Officer at the Namibia Institute of Mining and Technology. We have Mr. Nelson Simasiku. He is the head of SME Finance head of SME Finance at the Development Bank of Namibia. Lastly but not least, we have Dr. Bietha Kapolo, Center Manager at Nakala VTC. I think I'm missing 2 panelists. Do we have Dr. Bietha? Mr. Nelson? Okay. Okay. Okay, I think we can proceed while we still wait for her. Mr. Shindi, you can take over. Thank you.
There was an attempt to clap hands. You can clap hands now. You know, these are situations where you are not so sure, am I doing the right thing? I think there were about 2-3 people who wanted to clap. Can you do that again? Give a round of applause for my panelists. Thank you very much, Ronel. These are situations when your qualifications are being read, you start saying to yourself, are they still talking about me? I'm still waiting for rapture, ladies and gentlemen, or brothers and sisters in Christ, where somebody gets out of the grave and they see the tombstone and they are saying, am I buried in the right grave with what is written here, which says, here lies our Father who was so kind, yet you were not kind. Ladies and gentlemen, even though we are short, I think we will now gain in terms of time. My panelists, I think we have heard so much about these triple P and so many abbreviations coming in. Some were coming with triple C, triple A, and some even coming up with a CSS. So many abbreviations, but there was 3 in common. Maybe I'll start with you, Dr. Junius. Is these 3 Ps, are they working in Namibia? Is it working? If it is yes, give us an example, because that's normally how you ask your student. Don't just say yes, don't say no. Say yes, you give us an example. If you say no, it's not working, you give an example. Technical team, I think the mic is muted. Okay, all right. Maybe as she is sorting out the mic, Mr. Busso, is it working? And I don't mean the microphone, I mean the triple P in Namibia. Is it working?
All right, yes. I would say yes and no.
Examples?
Yes, because we need to make it work. We cannot expect somebody need to make it work on our behalf. The responsibility remains with us as Tvet providers to make it work. We need those partnerships. We need those skills. We need those support. So we need to make it work. Because at the end of the day, I believe and I trust the industries are more than willing to support and assist. Unfortunately, once again, we didn't make it work because how many industry partners do we have in this place today? How will we make it work if we do not really involve them? I can also say no, because when we involve them in the technical working groups, when we involve them in the skills committees, industrial skills committees, you just see HR. You don't see the experts, you only see HR. HR. I think I will stop there so that other people can also contribute.
Okay, all right. Dr. Junius, I think your mic is now on. Yes.
On.
yeah.
Okay. I also have no and yes. Yes, but fragmented. And because it's fragmented, that becomes a no. And I'll give the reasons why they are not effective. I have about 3 points. The first one is the interests that are contradictory. The education sector's goal is a developmental goal. The industry's goal is profit. The industry is profit-driven. And because of that, they often find it difficult to adjust their norms on how to work on the developmental goal together with education. So there is a long-standing tension between the industry sector and the education sector. Going to number 2, which is kind of also related to number 1, there is a lack of shared understanding between the industry sector and education sector. On the other hand, industry sees these PPs as, a government-led initiatives or donor initiatives and so forth. And on the other hand, again, the education sector sees these PPs, they see industry as donors or suppliers for maybe machinery and so forth. So they don't see these as a shared investment. So in Namibia, we have seen how the education sector tried its best to really involve industry. For example, from the NTA perspective, we have the ISC, we have the TWGs and so forth. But often, you find that the industry partners lack understanding of the value of their participation in these things, right? So let's see, as educators from the education sector, we are not seeing industry as co-educators. We are seeing them as people who should, when we want a machine, a lathe machine, let's go to industry. We don't see them as co-educators. The last one is lack of enforcement. Okay. Who is holding who accountable? And for that, I have heard yesterday people are talking about MOUs. And that's the fragmentation I'm talking about. So the institutions are let's have MOU with mining industry and so forth. And my position is, do we really have to get even MOUs to have these partnerships work?
Okay, thank you. Dr. Junius, welcome. Dr. Kapolo. Before you came in, I just threw a question to you as my panelists that this PPE that has been talked about since morning, now the cows are about to come home, we are saying these PPEs, are they working? Are they not working? If they are working, yes, you give an example. If they are not working, then you say, no, they are not working because of this. As you were coming in, I think Ralph, they was saying, well, he was using the word we. So discriminately, where you are saying we as training providers, I believe, and also as industry out there, we involve the industry. But unfortunately, the people who come to do these developmental processes, either in curriculum development or assessment, or all these things to sort out this triple P, are the wrong people who are coming, because we always get people from HR. And some of the things that are being discussed do not relate to HR matters. So from your perspective, Dr. Kapolo, is it working or is it not working?
Wow. Good afternoon, listeners online as well as in the room. Thank you, moderator, Mr. Alpheus, for the question posed to me. I wouldn't say the public-private partnerships are working or not working in Namibia, but there is, to some extent, that yes, our industries, our partners are trying to meet us halfway.
But then I would say that there are barriers to effective public-private partnership that can be grouped from my own perspectives into three main areas. You look at structural barriers, okay? It's one of the barriers that would hinder effective public-private partnership in the country. And then you look at economic barriers, it's another that may hinder 100% public-private partnership in the country. And I would say there are also perception-based barriers. If I have to give input or insight on the structural barriers, I would say, if you look at our industry in the country, the main industries, formal industries, are spreading across main cities such as your capital city, Windhoek, perhaps Walvis Bay, and maybe in the mining kind of sectors. And this could be a barrier for instance, vocational training centers. I would speak from the vocational training centers where I'm coming from, to form structured world partnership kind of agreements because of the scarcity of the industry. But I wouldn't say really it's because there's no intention or willing from our industry. But then if you look at it from the economic perspective or economic barriers, our industry is very small, narrow, mainly, like I said, from mining, construction, or logistics. And SMEs, they lacked capacity or incentives to engage into public-private partnership. And no strong tax or rebate or financial incentives for training, collaboration. These could be some of the barriers that are more from the economic perspectives. And then we are quite very aware of the structural or challenges that we have. Would I say structural? May not necessarily structural, but perhaps cultural, which is also informed by our political background in terms of our perceptions. And there is a strong perception in our country, although we are moving towards, or we are making some stride on changing it, where there is still a bigger mindset or gap between industry and Tvet sector. Industry doubts Tvet graduate readiness, and that is a fact, we know. They also structure them by saying, no, this one is coming from this institution, may not necessarily be of the same quality or in terms with this one. That's still one of the barriers that may hinder or may influence industry, how they see us.
Okay, all right. I can see you really prepared. Maybe it's one of the reasons why you delayed coming here, because you were laying all your ducks in a row. Sorry to cut you short, because what I want to do is to have more interaction with the audience in terms of questions that will come in. My last question probably to the panelists. You are seated next to Mr. Busul.
Yes.
Both of you are training providers. Mr. Busul, I don't know whether you classify yourself as a public training institution or private training institution, but I'll leave it to you in your answer. The two of you as training providers, is there partnership existing? Probably not the two of you, but you can even give us examples of other VTCs that you are working with, collaborating with, partnering with. Because at times you are always looking outside. There is a saying which says charity begins at home. What resources are you sharing as training providers? Second question, Christofina, you can get ready. You are now working for a university, and we are talking about these issues of articulation. You are positioned rightly right now. In terms of partnership, are there also institutions in terms of development of programs to have a throughput in the university? Because the university are offering programs like in electrical engineering, civil engineering, where you can be a catalyst because you know that these are some of the issues that are in existence. What are you doing as an institution, as a department, to partner with different training institutions. So I leave it basically, firstly, the two of you, and then we escalate to Dr. Junius.
All right. From our perspective, to be very honest, it's no use you talk and you talk and you talk and you don't walk the talk. So I believe all the VTCs, or many, or 90% already, we engage with each other. We talk to each other, and it remains at talks. Now, we are not willing to talk and keep it at talks. We walk the talk. I can tell you now, we are sitting here for the last 3 weeks, decided, we need to decide as VTCs all together, what are we going to do with government projects, building classrooms. We are still talking. I'm busy with 5 projects at this moment in time, so talking won't lead you to success. It won't bring you to where we have to be. So, getting back, what do we expect from each other? You know, we are blamed. And we are sitting here all together, and we have to address this as a serious matter, and we have to be frank when it comes to this. We are blamed as a military institution when it comes to discipline. What do you expect? What is industry? What does industry want from us? They want a discipline, full package for the industry. So we can be blamed as a military institution as NIMT. We are more than willing to take that blame because we know what industry need and what industry want. And that's why I'm saying yes and no. Industry support, assist us. They will always support and assist us if we provide what they need as institutions. You know, many times, I just said last night, and I've been looking at the support from industry side. I've got 1,913 trainees that need to be placed on job attachment. Yesterday evening, I received a report that 1,037 trainees already been placed on job attachment across the country. So if we say industry don't support, what are we talking about? Industry want a skilled people with discipline, people that are willing and being guided. Industry is not there to correct our mistake. They are there to support us, to provide the skills to our youngsters. And we as training providers, we need to ensure that we provide our trainees with those human skills, discipline, so that they can fit into the industry. And we need to be frank on that. Let us be labeled as a disciplinary military institution. I don't care. We have to make sure that we provide to the industry what they need. All of the institutions, Okakarara, Nakanyala, I can name it by name, Khubabas, I've been there. We've been support each other. Do they implement? I don't know.
Okay.
That I cannot say. Okay, so I submit.
All right, Dr. Kapolo.
Okay, perhaps if I have to speak directly to the questions, whether we are working together in terms of sharing the resources, I would want to build from practical examples. I am coming from the northern part of the countries where we have 3 VTCs that are operating in a hub.
All right.
Okay?
Yes.
The one that is called the Tvet hub. Currently, we do not need each VTCs in the country. For instance, those that are spread closer geographically. For instance, for each to have a bus that is driving to Windhoek at the same time, but then would say, okay, fine. We have students that are going to Swakopmund for skills competition. Let us just get a bus from Walombola or from Enana to take all the students, and then we share resources. The same with joint seminars. Let's say be trainers, capacity development, we do it jointly. Equipment sharing, we don't need to have to duplicate equipment into every VTCs, but would say, if we are buying let's say, a bigger machine for carpentry in Enana, I do not need to replicate it as much as in Valombola and others. And joint program offering. I'm quite very happy that Prof. Gesla was here. We are currently trying to offer joint program into industrial mechatronics. Okay. So those are some of the practical examples that are already there that shows that yes, across VTCs there is synergy. We are working together. I thank you.
Dr. Junius? Well, while Dr. Junius is getting ready, I don't know from the sound, the technicians to help me with the microphone, because now I want to open up to the audience so that you can now fire your questions to the panel, and then we can have discussion points based on the questions that are coming in. Dr. Junius?
Okay, as a quality assurance mechanism, these partnerships exist. And like I said earlier, they are fragmented. It's a tick box. Yes, it exists. Yes, we collaborate with other institutions, even with program development. But the whole thing is on the how. How are we doing it? Is it yielding the results that these partnerships are supposed to yield? So we have all these forms. We are partnering development of qualifications. We are partnering our students going to another university or so forth. But how are we doing it? If it's curriculum development, you are involving industry, for example. How are you doing it such that you really have input that you are looking for? So that is where the challenge is. The challenge is on the how.
Okay, all right. Now, this morning I prayed and said, God, make my session very interactive and make it different. I didn't know God has a sense of humor to bring rain during our session. And yes, you want?
All right, thank you. To the panelists, I understand we are looking at the public-private partnership. And there is a term that we use, private VTCs and public VTCs. I would like to find out, Dr. Apollo made reference to Valombola, Nakayale, and Enana. But in that area you find Marco Polo, you find other institutions also that side. We want to find out how best you cooperate with those institutions, because what's happening in Nakayale, you're under one boss. This means that what you are doing there is what Nakayale and Nana is doing. We want to find out the relationship and the cooperation between what we call public VTCs and private VTCs.
Okay, all right. Can we get a second question? We want 3 questions so that then we can open up to the panelists.
It's me. Okay. Allow me to stand because I'm also engaged and getting much of the interest relating to this year. For those who don't know me in the house, my name is Barthomeu Shileka, and I'm a Tvet practitioner. Everyone standing in front of you is my Mr. Buzel. I'm a student, a graduate from NIMT. Ms. Dr. Capolo, she's my mentor in terms of management, and also doctor in terms of NAST. My question is simple, and it's relating to Tvet. It's mostly on the policy framework, again, for this engagement for private and public partnership. Mr. Buzel, Dr. Capolo, with this assurance, because for me, I'm asking now from the point of view, because I'm still on to training and I'm an instructor. And last week, I had an engagement with Bukevitz BMW and also MNZ. And how can maybe if you can affiliate more onto this, because I'm destined, also most of the VTCs are doing well, but the main question is, with this deep consideration and analysis that we are saying students or trainees must be willing.
Is this still a question? Or you
Yeah, it's a question. They must be willing to attach for disciplinary to this industry. How can we put it into position, including now the triple Ps? Thanks.
Okay. Last question, please. Can you just go straight to the point with the question? Do not address the room or the panelists. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Shindi. I will not address the parliament, and we are not debating the budget. I think critically, Dr. Junior's mentioned something very critical in terms of really since I've been in Tvet more than 23 years, this has been really our challenge, and perhaps we might want to hear from NIM's perspective. It's difficult to look at industry involvement from a perspective of enforcement, but how best do you really incentivize industry to really partner with Tvet providers, especially in the context of providing opportunities for job attachment, internships, and so on? I think we have mechanisms like will apprenticeships that we've been toying with. Has it really been working from the perspective of Tvet providers on the ground? Perhaps NIMT and Dr. Kapolo might shed a bit of light around that. Thank you.
Okay, all right, super. All right, there we are. First question, I think it was from Dr. Luvi, relating public training providers and also private training providers. I don't know who would want to take that one up. And then another one was coming from an alumni, I just said alumni, instructor on the policy framework on these triple Ps. And then lastly, from Mr. Limbo, how do you incentivize job attachment?
Okay. Okay, I would speak on the question that is asking about the relationship between private VTCs as well as public or state-owned VTCs. And then I will speak from my own perspective as a Tvet practitioner in a country. We don't necessarily see ourselves different. Myself in particular, I don't come in the room and I say, oh, these are from public VTCs, these are from privately owned VTCs. It does not cross my mind. However, the discourse remains. I want also to set examples. Dr. Alovi spoke about Nakale, which is geographically located in Umsati region, with Marco Polo, which is also located in Umsati region. And there's a small differences that one being privately owned by an individual and one being owned by the states. When we have electrical engineering training, Nakale VTCs is a specialization center capacitated by the government. Marco Polo will definitely just come in, they use the equipment and they train their student without a cost. Or sometimes when there is a small incentive that is needed, then we'll ask them to do that. Because we are also required to make a bit of income. I would also make another practical example with kayak. Nakale VTC currently giving training on transport and operation logistics. We do not have, how do you call it? It's not a tipper truck, but we needed our students to know how to operate and drive a tipper truck. Kayak has that. We have to make an arrangement for them to go and practice and conduct assessment there. So I wouldn't say we really look at ourselves differently from our own perspective from the state-owned VTCs. I so submit.
All right, from my point of view, I believe NIMT is open for each and everyone to come and collaborate. We already make ourselves, we made it very clear. whoever wants to come, and let's collaborate, we collaborate. I mean, my sister sitting in the room, and she knows for the last how many years we already collaborate. Mercy will attest on that from NemPower's side. We are open. We are there. We assist in Arandis. We assist the private university, VTC in Arandis also, AIMS. We assist them when it's needed. But you have to come. We don't like to talk. We want to walk the talk. That's the difference. You know, I can proudly say, without any doubt, my staff members that are students at NAS, they always perform tops. They always perform tops. I can proudly say that. And now we want to come and blame, serve the blame, you know, in partnerships, and you are not doing enough, and you are not doing enough. What are we doing? NAS can only do what they need to do and have to do according to the mandate when it comes to this specific diploma course. We, as Tvet centers, in the first place, we need to be honest, we appoint the wrong people. We appoint the wrong people as instructors, but not enough experience in the industry, then we want to serve the blame. We need to build the relationships so that the community, the public, the industry can support and assist us. Are we willing? Will your people go out on practical job attachment to the industry for 9 months? Yes or no? We need to be honest. I'm appointed as an instructor. Why should I go to the industry for 9 months to obtain more knowledge and skills? So we make the offer to all the VTCs that you can exchange. We are willing to exchange staff members. I don't know what the bureaucracy is all about, but that is, we are open.
All right. Yes, Christophina? Yes, yeah, no? You want to say? You want to comment?
Can I respond on the second question?
Incentivize.
The job attachment.
Mm-hmm.
Can I respond on the job attachment one? While I'm... You know, when it comes to job attachment, I once again believe and I trust we want to give our responsibility, administrative responsibility to the industry. We want to give our disciplinary matters to the industry to resolve our discipline issues in the industry. Industry is there to provide and they are there to produce. They are production driven. So we, with our bureaucracy in the systems, overload them with administrative tasks to take in our job attachment. They will not be willing. They will not be willing. If we do not support industry to ensure that our trainees that we place in the industry follow the industrial procedures and we take responsibility for that, they will not help us. We need to take ownership of what we give to the industry so that they can also be willing to support and assist us. This is what we've realized as an institution. For an example, if my trainee misbehave in the industry, we as
Mr. Bussel, I'll ask you to
action.
summarize.
All right.
Yep.
That's all. You have to take the responsibility. You cannot just dump the person there and don't care what is going on there.
Okay, all right. Christophina?
All right. I just want to get the question clearly. Is it about incentivizing the companies for job attachment?
Oh yes, yeah. Yes, it's still a question on incentivizing. How do you make it attractive for the companies to take students on job attachment?
Oh, okay. All right. In literature, and that is why I asked the question, whether is it about incentivizing, because in literature will tell you, in some countries, they are giving tax relief for companies who are taking trainees for job attachment. They are also incentivizing them, yes, through that tax relief and also some money given to them. But I'll give you my honest opinion and my own perspective. That's why I even mentioned earlier the issue of MOUs. I am against the issue of MOUs. I am against the issue of companies being incentivized to take on job attachment, because in this issue of partnership, like we are saying, it is a partnership. We are not doing each other favors. The industry is not doing us favors. We are not doing them favors. This is a developmental goal that we all have to play a role, right? My personal perspective is, as a country, we need to start understanding the roles that we play when it comes to this. Industry needs to understand their role. Education needs to understand their role. So when we understand our roles, we own it. And when we own it, we fulfill. So that is my own perspective. There is no need for this one must do us a favor to take on the job attachment. We need to do this for the companies to take on students' job attachment. It should be an automatic thing. It should be a situation whereby NANDEB will just, if in an event that we have maybe a system, maybe a data management system, they just log on to the system and say, we have 100 places for FITA antenna, we have, and then the institutions deploy their students. It shouldn't be of trying to force things. That's my own perspective.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah,
Dr.
this is the
Kapolo.
last one, perhaps, just to speak on the policy. There was a question that posed by Mr. Shileka there. But I would want to give perhaps my perspective that Namibia is well known to have very much good policies in terms of document and ends. And public-private partnership is well documented into national policies, such as your Tvet policies. You look at your SWAPO manifesto and its implementation plan and our NDP 6. They are all giving emphasis on private-public partnership. However, my concern is operational action. It would seem that, yes, we want that, but we do not really put structures or strategies in place on how we should make it work. And I hear you, and I'm agreeing with you that as a country we need to come together and then perhaps come up with private industrial forums where we discuss issues that would enable us to make this work. We should also perhaps come up with incentives, like my colleague here is saying she does not into that, but I strongly feel like if we need people to come on board and meet us halfway, for example, us from the VTCs, as a country, as a government, as the NTAs, we need to start a little bit with incentivize them. And also to document the little, we need to start small and scale up. In our regions, we enter into small partnership with our SMEs. We document those ones that are doing well. And the private industries, they want to see return on investment when it comes to training. Okay. And we could only do this when we start documenting and replicate these small successes that we are making when we start small. Okay. I thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm now taking just two last questions because I was told I only have 5 minutes. So please, two people, two questions. Two people, one question. Summary, yes. One, and then two, that side.
My question goes to Dr. Junius. I just want to ask, the Tvet department at NAS has got now more than 4 doctors in that department. Why is it taking so long for articulation from the diploma program to say to a BTech, to masters, and to eventually PhD? Why is it taking us so long? Thank you.
Okay, all right. Second and last question. Yes, Mr. Durango.
Thank you. My question is, I actually wanted to ask nearly the same question. To say, you remember, Shindi, when we were setting up the NTA, this progression from Tvet to higher education, how many Tvet graduates have progressed and got degrees at NAS or UNAM? How many? Because
Yeah,
we
the
can talk
person-
about a myth on the ground last time, no one could answer us. We asked, why are you offering general mathematics drawing and people are failing? What Kayak presented, because they are doing maths which is not related to their trade. And we're told these maths and general subjects are for them to progress. And we asked how many have progressed over the last 5 years. They couldn't tell us any.
Okay, all right. It appears. All right, now the panelists want someone at the back. I had said it's enough, but I'm here for the panelists, so it's fine.
All right, good afternoon. My question basically speaks to the issues of staff development. I think we had earlier on where we were saying, I think Tvet, we miss it because probably the lecturers themselves, the trainers, they don't have the right skills. So are there any deliberate partnerships these institutions are having with industry for continuous professional development of trainers?
Right, it appears all these questions are directed to you, Dr. Christofina Junius. Please, can you answer those questions in summary? And when you finish answering the question, you give us your parting words, and then I'll go in that order.
Right, I'll step in there. I think this question should be directed to my HOD. But what I can say is there is work in progress. I know it has taken longer, but there is work in progress. There is even consultants who were appointed to do the needs analysis, because the issue has been the structure of the degree. You hear some views saying general BTVET, and then some views who want specialization BTVET. So we are at a stage where we are concluding that to say, how will the structure of that Bachelor of TVET be? And then as soon as that is concluded, we'll start with the development, and we will see some changes come maybe 2026, 2027 there. I think that's together, Philemon and Lewis' question.
Okay, so give us your parting words regarding
Gerald,
this triple P.
what is Gerald saying? Gerald, you are talking about continuous professional development for TVET trainers with industry.
Currently, I think I like just building from practical example, like I said. From the NTA perspective, we have been really working well with ZIZ, ProTVET in terms of developing our TVET trainers, not necessarily only from the state-owned, but mostly all from the TVET fraternities. We have several that were sent to German, to Bremen universities, to Lucas Nules, to Zimbabwe, Mutare, that has been assisted to capacitate or to upskill their qualifications from the current or the old level 3, level 4 to diploma level 5, and some to a bachelor's. We may not necessarily doing quite very well on that when it comes to the industries, but we are, it's something that we really need to work on. There is also recently arrangement that were made on capacitating human capitals or the staff from the VTCs on power to power or power to X. That relates to renewable energies, and this was done in collaboration with private industries, also to equip management as well as TVET trainers on the new recently emerging sectors such as your green hydrogen and others. But this is an element that we really need to work on by engaging industries such as now we are doing ICTs. We could engage telecom, we could engage MTCs to develop our trainers or to send them into the industries. But perhaps in closing is that we spoke of barriers, we are also experiencing challenges that it's not that we do not want to do this, but at times when we approach the industry, they are reluctant to respond to our request. I'm speaking from myself and from the institution where I'm coming from. We have made several requests to Telecom, for instance, or MTCs and others to co-joint develop short courses and we are not saying they are not willing, but we are saying their response is a little bit very slow.
Okay.
And I want to blame it on perhaps awareness, like it was already said by Dr. Junius here, that people may not necessarily, or they may not see the return on investment, like I said. That's why they are not coming forth also to join hands with the VTCs to develop skills, but it's an element that we need to really work on. Thank you.
Still want to add on? Yes?
Closing remarks. Closing remarks for me is, you know, PPs, we know it. We need to have partnerships. It's there in our policy documents. But all I can say is implementation begins with understanding. We can only act together when we actually know and understand what a partnership entails. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Kapolo.
Just did my closing already, I guess.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, no, go ahead, Dr. Mr. Bussel, you will respond and then give us your closing remarks. Dr. Kapolo first, your closing remarks, yes.
My closing remark is that, honestly, if we have to do public-private partnership holistically and in a contextualized manner, implementation starts when we make collaboration simple, rewarding and intentional, not just strategic. Yes.
Yes.
All right, mine will be very short. I believe we can get more support, and we have the support. I can make an example. We are talking about green hydrogen. Our people are already trained on green hydrogen fittings and piping. Also firefighting and certified, and not only trained, but also certified because of the willingness to engage and prove to industry that we're hungry. Last week I've been sitting as an institution with partners from Ghana already engaged and busy with oil and gas. We can't wait. We need to be proactive and start running this. What we also have to bear in mind is, in Namibia, it seems to me it's a very clear, the view is very clear. Stakeholders want to see how best they can also benefit from what we are providing. And then you get your full support from their side. So it's, you know, as I already said now, it's a matter of give and take. We cannot just stand and expect from them. We also have to give what they expect from us. And we need to be willing, and we need to be, you know, accountable for what we are getting from the company side and from the partners. On that note, please, I beg all of us, we are responsible for this as Tvet institutions. This is all about us. Let's own Tvet and make it a success for this country. Thank you.
There we have it, colleagues. Operationalizing PPP. It takes you and I. And there is an element of trust that is required. Today, I think we have been taken through the roller coaster of these triple Ps, the roller coaster also on triple C, the content, context, and community. We also had 3 A's, adopt, adapt, apply. Maybe some things that we can already start operationalizing. We also had of CSS, correct, stop, start. And I think if we have all this in a mix, we'll be able to get somewhere. I was saying to the audience, I was praying last night to say, Lord, may you make this session a difference. And I did know God, there's a sense of humor. The difference was actually in the rain. And I take my cues from the Lord. As you can see right now, it has stopped raining because my session is over. Can we give a round of applause to the Lord God Almighty who is able to do exceedingly greater than we can imagine. As I'm also giving the parting words and handing over to Renelle, my father was a very, very bright man. He graduated from college. He had his BSc, his MSc, he also had a PhD. But from age 4 to about 8, he confused me because I thought my name was Seriously. Because if you come to him, he sends you to the shop, you come with wrong change, he counts and says, seriously, you can't count? If you spill the water in the living room, he says, seriously, clean the water up. So when we moved from Katutura and we went to Pioneers Park, the kids in the neighborhood said, what is your name? I said, seriously? They said, no, your name can't be Seriously. I said, come over to my house. I brought 15 kids in the living room, and my dad says, seriously? What are these kids doing? Ladies and gentlemen, I wish we had more time to interact regarding these triple Ps. I think I'll hand over to Renelle. Maybe we can have the panelists have a photo. What is
Sure.
the standard arrangement?
Where is our photographer? Sure.
Oh, yes, yeah. The cameraman, the phoneraman.
I just have a quick announcement to make. Thank you so much, Mr. Shindi and team. Before we head out for lunch, I also want to announce that unfortunately all good things should come to an end. So that will also be my cue to leave, as I was only emceeing the first session, which was the morning session. I want to take this moment to thank you all, to thank our facilitators, our moderators, our audience, the organizers, and everyone who took time in their busy schedule seriously to be with us today. I truly hope that we continue the spirit of all things Tvet so that we can have a sustainable future for innovation, partnerships, and skills development. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I believe our lunch is ready. The next session will be after lunch, and I think Dr. Juniors will be your MC for the next session before we close off the day. Have a good day. Enjoy your lunch.